How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Glad everybody can make it. Everybody's here. I hope everybody had an awesome Halloween. I'm very excited today. We have the opportunity to play a really cool game. I'm really excited to share it with you. It's called Slay the Princess, and it's a story game that's going to be a new adventure. So we'll just dive right in. Chapter 1, The Hero and the Princess.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
That's dramatic. End of the world! End of the world? What are you talking about? Have you considered that maybe the only reason she's going to end of the world is because she's locked up? Killing a princess seems kind of bad though, doesn't it? Can someone else do this? Forget it, I'm not doing this. Have you considered that maybe I'm okay with the world ending? Do I get some sort of reward for doing this? Okay, thanks for telling me what to do. Hi, Ads, how you doing? Sweet, I've always wanted to off a monarch. We're not a revolution! Silently continue the cabin, turn around and leave. Wow, there is a lot of options. Ads, you are the first to offer a zebra cake to Zed and Otis. They are grateful for your offering, and they shall eat it with relish. The end of the world? What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the end of everything as we know it. No more birds, no more trees, and perhaps most problematically of all, no more people. You have to put an end to her.
Glad to hear that you're doing good, Ads. I'm doing alright. But how can a princess locked away in a basement be the end of the world? If you don't tell me why she's dangerous, I'm not going to kill her. Do you have any evidence to back this up? Have you considered that maybe the only reason she's going to end the world is because she's locked up? Wow, they give you lots and lots of choices. Look, I'll go to the cabin and I'll talk to her. And if she's as bad as you say, then maybe I'll slay her. But I'm not committing to anything until I've had a chance to meet her face to face.
Then I guess we'll just have to see what happens. But a word of warning. If you go in prepared to hear her out, she could easily trap you in her web of lies. And the more you listen to her honeyed words, the harder it'll be to pull yourself out.
Hello, George. How you doing? This is Slay the Princess.
Then each and every one of us is doomed. So sure, go, talk to her. See how that turns out for all of us.
Oh, he's saucy.
You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within. We're not going to go through with this, right? She's a princess. We're supposed to save princesses, not slay them. Ignore him. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Just ignore him. It's fine. It's fine. You're welcome. Proceed into the cabin. Okay, everything's fine. We're just gonna go into this cabin. Nothing untoward.
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Okay, I guess we should take the blade just in case.
You take the blade from the table. It'd be rather difficult to slay the princess and save the world without it.
Okay, let's go to the basement and see what's here.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her voice carries up the stairs.
Who's there?
She sounds dangerous. It's almost as if she's the one in charge down here.
Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation.
Hi, just checking in on you. Hey, I think I'm here to kill you. Jeez, that's just like going right in there. How about hi?
Don't be a stranger. It's been so long since I've had any visitors. Come on down.
Oh.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
So many questions already. Like, who put her here? Like, whoever was able to capture this creature of calamity, why couldn't they cause her demise? Like, if you're strong enough to imprison her, and I'm supposed to be strong enough to imprison her with a little pokey sword, why couldn't you have caused her demise? Like, why is... Interesting. Hello there, Trogdor. How are you tonight? So far, the going live is going well.
She's so coldly beautiful. Is she really a threat to the world?
Oh, well, beauty doesn't mean safe.
Focus on the task at hand.
And there you are. Are you here to kill me or something?
What? No way. Why would you think that? Okay, yeah, you got me. I'm here to slay you. No. I haven't decided yet. I'm just here to talk. Deal your nerves and step forward. I haven't decided yet.
How about you drop the knife and the two of us just talk?
Yep, we're on YouTube and Twitch tonight.
Look how reasonable she's being. We should just drop the blade and talk things out. Don't you dare.
I like the narrator. He's so saucy.
It's fine. We can decide what we want to do after we talk to her. Maybe she really is a monster. Killing someone in cold blood isn't very becoming of us.
You're having a dizzy day, but I'm glad I can see you play this game. I've got to go back and watch the alien game you played. Oh, well, I'm sorry you're having a dizzy day. Alright, I think that good prudence says that we should keep our weapon.
You ignore the trembling in your hands and tighten your grip on the blade.
You poor thing. Your hands are shaking. Are you scared of me? Because you should be.
You step forward, your grip on the blade tightening as you steel your resolve.
I'm probably chained up in this basement for a reason, right? And if that knife is the only weapon you have, you'll have to get close enough to use it.
Oh, and I'm sure that just makes me feel fabulous! Cause yeah, that's just awesome. We don't want to get close to her at all. But that's fine. Everything's fine. We've got this.
So, you should just drop it. Best not to risk finding out what I can do.
Yeah, it's the not knowing that makes it... like, ugh.
She's unarmed. If you hesitate now, it'll be too late. End this.
And how is she gonna get armed? It'll be too late. Interesting. if she isn't bluffing? What if she kills us? Are you sure she's not armed? I'm sorry, can we just talk? I'm not dropping the blade. Drop the blade or slay the princess. Alright, I'm not gonna drop the blade.
Then I'm not talking to you.
Nah, that kind of puts us in an impasse, doesn't it? I guess that's what I'll go with.
I guess we are.
For the love of everything, just slay her already. Or drop the blade. Do something. You stare at the princess, squinting fiercely.
Squinting fiercely.
She squints back. The two of you are going to do this forever, aren't you? You'll have to blink eventually. Just make a choice.
Alright, so it comes down to either have to drop the blade or slay the princess. Alright, I have no reason to believe that she's
The
terrible.
blade tumbles out of your trembling hands and drops to the floor with an unceremonious clang.
Thank you. Maybe now we can just talk.
Against your better judgment, you step forward to speak with the princess face to face, unarmed. We'll be fine. I don't know what you're hoping to accomplish here, but I can assure you there's no reasoning with her. Just make sure you don't forget about the blade on the floor. You're going to need it.
So here we are. What an awkward start to a relationship.
This is true. Yeah, it's pretty awkward.
I know. I just said that. Now why are you here to kill me?
Cause you're supposed to end the world?
Don't just tell her that.
You mean she doesn't know? Like, how is it that somebody's supposed to end the world and doesn't already know that?
That's cute. Do you believe that? Do you think I'm some sort of monster? If I'm supposed to be capable of ending the world, then how did I wind up here, chained to a wall? Have they told you why I'm allegedly so dangerous?
You could just pretend that she likes books like the Twilight series, right? We could just be like, it's fine, everything's fine, here, just read. No, they've told me nothing. I was hoping you would tell me.
Ending the world seems like an awful lot for just one person to do. I wouldn't even know where to start.
I believe her. She doesn't have to know how to destroy the world to be capable of doing it.
That is also true.
At the end of the day, whatever the two of us have going on down here is about trust. Whoever sent you to slay me claimed I was a threat to the world, but they didn't tell you why. That doesn't sound right to me. And I don't think it sounds right to you either. Otherwise, we'd be killing each other instead of talking.
She has a point. There's a reason I've been telling you to question the situation, and there's a reason you've listened.
So, I could tell you that I'd lead a quiet life in the woods, or that I'd open an orphanage, or that I'd do any other number of good things that I'm sure you think you want to hear. But you don't really know me, do you? What can my word possibly be worth in a situation like this?
True.
She's right about one thing. Her word isn't worth anything.
Like I said, it's all about trust. Blind trust. So do you trust me, the prisoner, the victim, the princess clearly incapable of ending the world? Or do you trust whoever put me here?
She's wrong. This isn't about trust. This is about risk. We stand to lose everything, all for the sake of one person, and a subjugating monarch, no less.
I mean, it definitely is about trust. Do you trust the narrator or do you trust the princess? And who's the narrator and what is their stakes? How long have you been down here?
Too long.
Oh. Because, like, neither side of this debate is exactly forthcoming. Like, she doesn't really want to, like, spill the beans, but neither does the narrator. So, both of them want me to make a decision favorable to their side without actually giving me any information as to why I should.
Again, she offers no specifics. No matter how hard you try, you'll never get a straight answer out of her.
And the same can be said true of you, Mr. Narrator, because you haven't given me any specifics either, nor have you given me any straight answers. What's your name?
She hesitates before answering.
You can address me as Your Royal Highness, or Her Majesty. Any honorific should do, really.
You can't. Don't bother.
I'm guessing you don't have the key then. I'm sure there's a key somewhere around here, and if there isn't, well, we can always put that knife to good use.
Oh.
Her sharp eyes settle on the edge of the blade. She isn't suggesting what I think she's suggesting, right?
I mean, being chained to a wall forever versus amputation.
She is. I'm sure of it.
Oh, have you decided what to do with me?
No, but that's the
You
only
know
option I had
why
left.
You're here.
I do. So we can slay her. We can get her out of here. I'm gonna keep you locked away down here, at least for a bit. We can get to know each other better while I decide what to do. Do you think she'll talk to me more if I, like, wait? Have I died yet? Hi, Oscar. No, I haven't died yet, but I have a feeling I'm gonna.
That seems like a pretty good compromise. Leaving her alive is too risky. If you don't deal with her soon, she will find a way out.
Does anyone else think that Zebra and the narrator is quieter than normal, or is that just me? Let me see, because basically that means that you think the music is too loud. This is probably you. I mean, I don't know. I guess it would be under, like, preferences. We can try turning the music down and see how that does. There we go. Oh, I didn't end up putting hats on the horns.
One way or another, I'm going to find a way out of here. You can make it easier for both of us if you help.
Interesting.
And
Easier
if
for
you
both of
don't,
us.
I can promise that you'll come to regret that decision.
So help me or I hurt you. I mean, that definitely sounds more like what the narrator is saying is true. I mean, now you're like threatening me. So there's that.
You have to make a choice. Let's hope for all our sakes it's the right one.
I'm locking her in the basement.
No,
You can't make
think
me.
This is a fair compromise, but it isn't. No one wins here.
It's a chance we'll have to take. We can make this work. If we just stay here and keep watch, no one has to die.
You're making a mistake.
Well, glad you and the narrator can agree on something.
You turn your back to the princess and make your way to the stairs.
It won't be long before I slip these chains. And once I'm out of here, there will be hell to pay for leaving me behind.
Slip these chains? She can't, right? She needed our help to get out of here. But do you hear the conviction in her voice? I don't think she's bluffing.
Either way, she dropped her mask, didn't she? You can still turn around and finish the job.
No, we're sticking to the plan and locking her down here.
It'll be the death of all of us, but fine. Have it your way.
I mean, let's see. Does the world really end?
You close the basement door, locking it behind you and quickly barricading it with the heavy wooden table that once held the blade.
Oh, we left the blade down there? That seems like a... Oh no, I'm holding it again, it looks.
Okay, we can make this work.
You settle in against the far wall to watch the basement door. It isn't long before you start to drift off, your eyelids heavy with fatigue. But sleep doesn't come. Instead, your rest is broken by a piercing, wailing voice calling out to you from the other side of the door.
Yeah, I agree. So far, it is an interesting story.
I know you're still there. Why don't you make things easier on yourself and let me out?
Oh, things are going sideways!
It's not like this little door will hold for very long anyways. It's probably a good idea to try to get back on my good side.
She sounds terrifying. Like she's less of the princess you saw and more like something out of a nightmare.
As she violently rattles the door, you do your best to shut her out of your mind.
When I get out of here, I'm going to pick you apart piece by piece.
Oh, great.
I won't forget what you did, and I'll never forgive it. You don't know the kind of enemy you've made tonight.
Apparently, I've made an enemy with the kind of person that ends worlds.
It doesn't sound like she's getting any weaker.
No, it doesn't.
So do we stick with it and just see if she really does destroy the world? I'm really curious. I want to know if she's the bad guy that will destroy the world if we let her. So ignore her and go to sleep.
Ignore her. Maybe the banging and wailing will stop if you just don't pay attention to it.
You put the princess's threats out of your mind as best you can and huddle up against the wall. You jolt awake in the middle of the night to silence in the cabin. The ruckus has stopped.
It's
and
fine.
The door to the basement is ajar, its lock broken, and the table shoved out of the way.
Where is she?
Thanks for helping me get out of that awful basement.
You try and stumble to your feet, but as the princess draws near, it's as though your body simply stops working. It isn't all at once. The paralysis comes in waves. First your toes go numb, and then your feet, and then your legs. You lie prone on the floor of the cabin, unable to do anything but witness her approach.
Whose side are you on?
Yours, of course. But I have a duty to uphold the truth. Lying about the facts of the situation doesn't change them.
So helpless. I can take my time with you, can't I?
She steps closer, one silent footfall at a time, cocking her head in curiosity as you feel your organs shutting down one by one.
Yeah, everything's fine. She's totally interested. She's totally innocent. She's just a innocent little princess. There's a very Evil Dead feel. Yeah, it does have kind of that feeling to it.
Or maybe I can't take my time with you. You don't look well. A little green around the gills.
Yeah, I'm not feeling good.
What a shame. If you'd only help me get out of here, we could have done such wonderful things together.
Your lungs stop drawing in breath, and your heart freezes in your chest. You have seconds left.
I'd say better luck next time, but we both know this is the end, don't we?
It can't be. This can't actually be how everything ends.
I'm sorry, but it is. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Alright! Chapter 2, The Nightmare!
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Wait, hasn't this already happened?
It hasn't. Or if it has, I certainly haven't been a part of it. We've just met for the first time, you and I. If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way.
I like that the hero also remembers.
Shh! What if he hears us?
Voice of the Paranoid? Oh, I got another character.
That's a very good question, little voice. What if he does hear you? Shit. I think you'll find yourselves very hard-pressed to keep any secrets from me. Not that it matters right now, because like I said, this is the first time we've met. Still, I'd rather not get off on the wrong foot. We've a world to save after all.
Alright, I guess let's get to the cabin.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says.
I don't think lying and cheating is her thing. She was very direct with us last time. Or at least she was direct with us after we decided to lock her away.
It doesn't matter. Don't trust anyone.
Don't trust anyone. I like the addition of the paranoid voice.
The interior of the cabin is plain, the smooth wood of the walls almost featureless. The only furniture of note is a lone table, knocked on its side in the corner of the room. A pristine blade stands between you and the open, inviting basement doorway.
Interesting. So the room is kind of like we left it. The mirror is a new addition too.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. Hold on. What happened to the door? There was a door here last time. It's just an empty frame. She's already gotten out, hasn't she? And she's ready for us. She's been waiting. Can't you feel her eyes on us? I'm going to need all of you to pull yourselves together.
the princess has not already gotten out. But if you keep getting stuck in your head like this, you're going to struggle to get the job done. So deep breath in, deep breath out. Your task awaits, and only you can do it.
I mean, I think I need a narrator in my life, like when shit goes sideways and I'm starting to feel like anxious about it, that I have somebody to in my head that's just like narrating everything to be like, all right, just take some slow deep breaths, you're gonna be fine. You didn't say anything about the mirror on the wall.
You're right. I was so stuck on the eyes watching us that I didn't even notice it there. What are you two talking about? There isn't a mirror. There's a table, the blade sitting on the floor, and the open doorway leading to the basement. There's nothing else in here.
Oh, interesting.
There's definitely a mirror. There isn't. We have to look at it. Unless that's what he wants us to do. And pretending it isn't there is a trick to get us to do exactly what he wants.
I want to look at myself. I want to see how handsome I am.
We shouldn't waste time preening. If he is lying about the mirror, it might be important. I'm not lying to you. Use your eyes. There is no mirror. Why would I lie about something so meaningless? What good would it even do? Maybe he's trying to keep us from looking because there's something horribly wrong with us.
Something horribly wrong with us. And hello there, Zavilion. How you doing?
No, there isn't something horribly wrong with you. You look exactly how you're supposed to look. Now stop second-guessing my every word.
Approach the mirror.
You walk up to the wall next to the empty basement door frame. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here.
Glad to hear that you're doing great. I'm doing pretty good myself. Thanks for asking.
This really isn't funny.
Wipe the mirror clean.
You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now.
I'm not human.
Did he make it go away? Clearly there was something in there worth investigating if he wants it hidden so bad.
Interesting. This whole cabin is different than I remember it being.
Very different. He changed it, didn't he? It's like he's trying to make us doubt our reality. Calm down. Maybe the three of you just think everything is different because you haven't been here before. Enough of this past life nonsense. You haven't died. You certainly haven't been killed by the princess.
So focus up. A lot's riding on this.
Alright, take the blade.
You reach down and pick the blade up off the floor. It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon.
Good. Steel can't lie to us. Is it gonna be enough, though? Couldn't you have given us something else? Something, I don't know, better than a knife? Could we have a bomb?
Ah, yes, definitely. It's always explosives. Explosives are always the right answer. Absolutely. I like that. That's a great idea.
The blade is the only thing you need to finish your task. You're more than capable of pulling this off, so long as you don't lose faith in yourself. Those are the words of someone who knows he's sending us to our death.
Here we go. It's fine. Everything's fine.
You cross over the threshold and onto a series of isolated steps, suspended in darkness.
Oh, this is definitely different.
More eyes, too. You never mention the eyes. The air seeping up from below reminds you of fresh lightning and static, as if you're descending into a place that isn't meant for a creature of flesh and blood. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor.
Right? Wow, your character being a different species really does change things. I mean, it's interesting. Like, it adds another layer to the whole story, because if we're a different species, it could easily be why one or the other is being perceived as a monster, and the implications of the ending of the world is different. I wonder if we were always not human, or if we're just not human now. And he didn't say, of course, you know, you're not like a you know, he didn't confirm that. The narrator never like said what species he thought we were, just that he was like, you're exactly what you should be. So he kind of like skirted around telling us what he thinks we should be, like what he thinks normal should be. Did I dress up for Halloween? Yes, I did. For stream, I was kind of a demon thing, and then for a trunk or treat previous in the month, I dressed up as like I don't know, a serial killer nurse. Those steps look super safe. I know they're right. They look totally safe.
Her cruel and playful voice prances up the stairs.
I didn't think you'd come back. We're gonna have a lot of fun, you and I.
So she remembers.
Okay, we need a game plan. Last time we were here, just being close to her was enough to kill us.
Step off into the void between the stairs. She can just be like, nope, right out of that. There's so many options. This is a really cool choose your own adventure. We don't need a plan. I'm just gonna kill her. Mr. Narrator seems to think I can do it. I don't know why you're all being such pessimists right now.
Finally, a voice of reason. The rest of you should take notes. You know why I'm being a pessimist.
Yeah, I do, dude.
I'm just asking questions.
Fair.
You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. As you emerge, you find yourself between two loose rows of white wooden planks suspended in nothingness. A smattering of cobblestones visible against the inky black of the basement mark where the floor should be, forming vague pathways. At what seems to be the end of the room, they diverge in opposite directions, left and right.
So we have the suggestion of a basement.
She could be anywhere, and there's nowhere for us to hide. We're completely exposed.
True story.
Are you really not going to comment on how weird this place is? No, I'm not. I'm going to die down here. I don't want to die again. Please stop saying that. You're only going to make things worse. Just pick a direction and start moving.
I wouldn't give it too much thought if I were you. It doesn't really matter, because either way you go, I'm going to find you.
It's great. Oh, let's go left.
You turn to the left. A faintly outlined path lies before you.
There you are. I told you I was going to find you.
She's looking great.
As the princess approaches, your legs suddenly go numb.
This is familiar.
Your arms quickly follow. This is it, isn't it?
And you brought your little knife with you again. Cute.
There has to be a way out of this. Think.
What did you do? Pull yourself together. She isn't supposed to be like this.
She isn't supposed to be like this, and it's our fault she's like this.
I wonder how many times I'll get to play with you before you break.
As your blood begins to coagulate, it's as if every part of your being is coming to a lurching halt.
Great.
Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. Your
your lungs pull in a desperate gulp of air as your eyes shoot back open.
Thank you so much, Honor Wolf. I really appreciate the support. And how you doing tonight?
What are you doing? I'm working. Do you want this body to function, or do you want... And then experience stops once more as your body reapproaches death. Okay, whatever you were doing, please just start doing it again.
That dude, I don't know why that was working, but I'm glad it was. I'm glad that you're doing all right.
You sure about that? Are you sure that's what you want, or do you want to interrupt me some more? You have seconds left. Yes, I'm sure. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart,
This is our life chant, man.
liver. Again, your eyes shoot open as you gasp for breath.
Can't decide what you want to do, can you?
Lungs,
This is a new favorite game of yours? Oh, nice. This is my first time through it, and I'm really excited to play it. It looks so good, and so far it's been fabulous.
Oh well, standing there gasping like a fish is more fun than dead. Even if you look ridiculous.
Oh, so judgy. I'm doing my best.
She isn't attacking us. Why?
Dude, she is attacking us. Why do you think we can't breathe so good?
The why doesn't matter. She's already proven her ill intent. Don't lose sight of your mission. Your weapon is still in your hands. Strike at her and end this before it's too late. Lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver.
Hello there, Dark. How you doing? You're a lunatic, you know that. You want to work together? Can you at least turn off this whole organ shutting down situation? I want to just kill you. You don't have to be enemies.
Liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves.
What good am I to you alive? What do you want from me?
I tried to leave while you suffocated, but that stupid cabin wouldn't let me. So I started to drag your body out with me and then...
Nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver,
So she can't leave unless I die?
Well, you died before I could get to the door. And then I was here, and now you're here too.
lungs, liver,
Interesting.
I don't think I can live without you. And dead doesn't count. And as much as I love what we have going on, I have bigger plans than tormenting one poor little creature forever. I want to leave.
nerves,
Oh.
lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver.
Oh, well, thank you, Helena. I feel like my hair is, like, random and puffy and gravity-defying most days.
Nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs.
And if I let you out, what then? Do we go our separate ways?
No, definitely not. If you're what I need to leave this place, chances are you're pretty useful. I think I'll keep you right by my side. A little good luck charm to make sure I stay free.
Oh, so I just have to become your slave. That doesn't sound great. It suits me. Oh, well, thanks. Is this your first, way? Oh, like, so we're in chapter 2 of our first playthrough. So the first time we went into the cabin, she killed us.
Don't worry. I'll make sure to take good care of you. I promise.
I'm not sure I want to be your pet. let's see what happens if I try to actually kill her, because she's definitely not a good guy.
Your will concentrates into a single fine point, and you strike out against the princess, ignoring the constant reminders of your breaking body. She doesn't even move as the blade sinks into her heart.
Oh, that's awkward.
We did it. We actually did it.
You actually went for it! Oh, you're going to regret this! I could be so much more terrible for you than I am now!
Oh, that's great.
Can she?
The poor hero. He's like, I don't want to hear that.
We've already seen how she can change heart, lungs.
You're not getting those stares back. I'll see you when you finally decide to die.
She falls to the ground, unmoving. Oh. I can stop now, can't I? I can. Finally.
All right.
Now that she's gone, you can let us out of here. Right?
But she was the one who controlled this place, wasn't she? And now she's dead. I don't like to think what that means for us.
That sounds like a really slow, painful demise, is what it sounds like for us.
It means that you're stuck here. Forever.
Thanks, narrator. We appreciate you telling us that that was part of our decision before we made it. Yeah.
No. Oh, no. Oh, no, I hate this.
I hate this. And he says it so, like, resigned rather than angry.
Time passes.
Great.
Forever's gonna end eventually, right?
No, it won't. That's the whole point of forever. It doesn't end.
Hello, Samurai. How you doing?
I feel sick. It doesn't have to be forever, though. Does it?
What do you mean?
We still have a way out, clutched in our hands.
Glad to hear that you're doing good. I'm doing pretty good myself. Thanks for asking.
You suggesting we kill ourselves? Won't we be dead? I guess that hasn't stopped us before.
I guess this has stopped us before.
That's a terrible idea. You've already saved the entire world from ruin. Why would you want to die?
Because staying here forever sounds pretty frickin' awful.
Because right now, you don't want us to do that. You're right. I don't. But if we've already saved the world, then why does it matter if we die? Why do you care?
I just do. I value life. Every life. Even yours. Especially yours.
Because if we die, the world's not safe anymore. This game looks, fun. It has been really good so far. It's got a good creep factor going on.
Why?
What do you mean, why? I think it's perfectly reasonable to value life.
Exactly. I don't have to answer that.
Alright, let's do it.
That's unfortunate. You were only supposed to be here once.
So did you really remember then?
I don't like the way you said that. You knew this was a possibility, didn't you?
Of course I did. Though I'd rather hoped I was the first one. That explains a lot, though. Oh, you bastard. How much are you not telling us?
A lot.
Plenty. But it's all in your best interest. And the world's. And mine.
You know, I've never really believed in the withholding of information for the best interest in the related parties. Ugh. Information policing is rarely actually a good thing. Like, I don't know. I'm not a fan. Narrator, I think you, sir, are the actual bad guy in this scenario.
She's dead and we're stuck in a hell void forever. How could telling us your secrets possibly hurt anyone?
It just can. Look, this world is saved, but if you start over, for all you know, you're just putting another world in danger. You barely managed to land the killing blow here. What if you don't manage it next time?
I've already said too much, really. You won't get another word out of me on the subject.
The narrator's on his villain arc. I really think he is, man. I think he's the bad guy.
You remove the blade from the princess's body. What exactly are you planning on doing with it?
We already know that. Alright. Let's not spend an eternity here.
I don't like this, but I suppose there's not much I can do to stop you, is there?
Nope.
You raise the blade to your neck and slit your carotid artery. Here we go. You'd better get this right next time, do you hear me? Don't blow it. Everything goes dark, and you die.
The Wraith.
You're on a path in the wood.
Shit. This really doesn't end, does it? It doesn't matter if we kill her, it doesn't matter if she kills us, it just goes on and on and on and on and on.
And this forest definitely does not look anywhere near like the forest we were in before. 11 months! You've been around forever, Samurai! That's like almost a whole year. I mean, I've only been at this for a year, so you've been here forever. I appreciate the support. Thank you. That's awesome.
Yes, so it does.
Voice of the Cold. I've acquired a new friend.
No, there has to be a way out of here. There just has to be.
What if we do what she asked us to last time? What if we just let her leave?
Okay, so you've already been here. More than once, even. Great. So you probably already know all about her and all about the threat she poses to the world.
I like how he's all like, great, you've just destroyed my whole thing.
Then let me remind you how catastrophic it would be if you helped her leave in any way. If she gets out, the world ends and everyone ends with it, yourself included.
Oh, threatening us with death, are we? And why should we be afraid of dying? We've already done it twice. All death has done is shunt us back to these woods, where we're forced to listen to your empty warnings again and again.
This place feels a bit different though, doesn't it? I don't even know what I'd call it, but it's definitely not the same path in the woods anymore.
No, I don't like the strong spider implication we're seeing here. Guys, there's spider sign.
That's all the more reason to take this seriously. If the path isn't the same, it means that her influence is spreading, and the world has already started to end.
Her influence? I really should have said that. It'll make your task more difficult. But now it's out, you could always take that information as a sign of goodwill between us and do your job, alright?
Nah, that was definitely just a slip-up. There's no goodwill. Evil narrator.
Great. Let's just hurry.
Are you the same narrator we met on the other loops? You were quick to accept that we've been here before.
Suspiciously quick.
If I had to make a wager, I'd say yes and no. Is that supposed to be a riddle? If it is, it's not very good. I haven't met you, but you've clearly met me. It sounds to me like you're hopping between parallel realities, in which case the me you just met here is the same collection of experiences as the me you met at all of those other beginnings, but their continuity breaks the moment you say or do anything, in effect making them all separate. So, yes, I'm the same me, but ever since the moment we started talking, I'm different.
Okay. I feel like the games that have narrators are always British.
I'm not sure how we're supposed to kill him ourselves. But he's asking for it. Maybe there's some way she can take care of him for us.
I mean, there's that. Grammar's not working anymore. Nah, that's fine. Words are hard.
They've clearly all been through some harrowing experiences. Don't let their baggage influence your decisions. You have the ability to see things clearly. I suggest you use it.
We've killed her and been killed by her, and neither of those things have gone well for us. If we're going to fall through this loop forever, eventually we're going to let her out. We might as well do it now. Hello there, Dade. How you doing?
You're making a dizzying amount of assumptions. Your perceived reality looping twice before does not mean it will continue to do so forever. Those little voices have already drawn attention to the fact that even the path is different. The world itself is at a tipping point. Know that there is always a choice. Even if you were stuck in an infinite loop, there's no reason to assume that the mere nature of the infinite would force you to make any specific choice. You do have free will, as much as things would be easier if you didn't, and you can just keep making the correct choice forever, never deviating.
Know that there is always a choice. You're really pretty adamant about that, narrator.
Everyone is manipulating us, but we're starting to see the threads now. We just have to avoid getting tangled up in them.
Thanks, I made your day. Well, I'm glad to hear that.
On second thought, let's not kill him. Let's throw him someplace that never ends. I'd like to see what that does to him.
Revenge is best served cold. What happens if we don't go to the cabin? That's another option.
Then she finds a way out on her own. So, standing around out here is the same as us letting her out. Only we don't have to see her. That's gotta be better, right?
Except for that she told us that she can't get out without us. So no, I don't think that it is the same.
No, it's strictly worse.
And why is that?
Interesting. So he thinks that she can get out without us. The stream has been on for an hour, and I've been here for a whole 10 minutes. Well, we got a while yet. You still got time.
Because it's cowardly, for starters, and because the unknown is always worse than the known. But really, all you're doing right now is weighing two considerably bad options. The only solution worth considering is slaying her, and whatever delusion is holding you back from doing that is just that, a delusion. If you already managed to end her in some other world, the only reason you'd be here is that you somehow managed to do it wrong.
If we managed to do it wrong. Well, we didn't do it wrong. We just chose not to stay there and rot. Alright, let's go to the cabin.
You continue down the path towards the cabin.
Let's see what happens if we help her.
It isn't long before you're steps away from your destination. I don't think you need any words of warning. I think you know what's in there, and despite your protestations, I think you know what you need to do.
Good luck for that. Yeah, you got the vibes. Well, thank you. Think you know what you need to do. Well, I do, but I don't think you're gonna like it, Mr. Narrator.
I don't like any of our options here. It feels like we're being driven down the tracks to some awful inevitability. There must be something we're missing. Something that would make everything make sense.
I agree.
Maybe letting her out really is the answer.
Could be.
Whatever. You don't want to listen to me? Do it then. Let her out. See what I care. It sounds like somebody's about to crack.
Enter the cabin.
The interior
Oh.
of the cabin is long and dark, a single narrow hallway stretching far into the distance. Curtains billow out from tall windows on either side, obscuring the path forward, fluttering helplessly as opposing gusts of wind rush into the building, clashing and joining and driving everything forward. The only furniture of note is... that's strange. What's strange? Is it the mirror? The mirror? No, there isn't a mirror. What's strange is that there isn't much of anything in here at all, aside from the curtains. There's supposed to be a pristine blade. Why isn't there a pristine blade?
Well, you know, that's fine. It's totally fine. Okay, it's fine. Pristine blade is gone. We didn't need a blade. A singular mirror. This house is the best decorated house of 2023. Yes, lots of billowy curtains and a pristine mirror.
Of course there isn't a mirror. There wasn't one last time either, so why would it be there this time?
I suppose the only way to go is forward. So forward we will go. Blade or not, it doesn't really matter, does it?
No, not this time. You're gonna go spam hearts for me? Oh, well, thanks. I appreciate the support. Alright, let's go check out the mirror. I wonder if we can see
You
our
slowly
reflection
make
this
your way
time.
towards the gaping maw that awaits you. Your fraying nerves buzz with trepidation, the chill wind raising your hackles as it gently pushes you forward towards the darkness at the end of the hallway. You can't shake the feeling that you're being watched. Oh, do we? Do we feel like we're being watched? I hadn't noticed. At least you're admitting to it now.
I think Paranoid, the voice of the Paranoid, is my favorite.
You stop as you reach the end of the hallway, I presume in front of whatever mirror isn't actually there.
Wipe the mirror clean.
This is it. The mirror's going to go away, and she's going to startle us. We better brace ourselves.
You reach your arm forward into the pitch black of the opening.
Oh, that was a close one. All that stress and lead up for nothing.
Helplessly staring into the void. I'm glad I made a lasting impression.
Shit, where is she? You feel something long and frigid coil around your ankle. Your heart skips a beat, standing in muted shock for one long, frozen moment. And then it, she, the princess, constricts.
Don't be too quick. Other voices are also good. I mean, fair. They are good, but so far, he's really tickling my funny bone. I like his tone a lot.
Your bones.
Ooh.
Icy pain radiates up from the break, a deep cold flooding your veins as your legs, numb with the shock of it, collapse, and you collapse with them.
Well, she's definitely not motivating me to want to help her, but damn.
You're met with the terrifying visage of the princess. Her hand grips your leg in a steel vice, her grin carved jagged from ear to ear, crowded with far too many long and crooked teeth.
And I am definitely not human. I mean, I would argue that she's definitely not human either.
You killed me last time, and that was after you tried to lock me away forever. I was so close to freedom, but then you took my body away from me.
Satisfying bone cracking noises. They were good noises. Please don't stop streaming until you reach your dreams. Well, thank you, Dane. I appreciate the support. Well, not anymore. Yeah, I don't think that any humanity she had, I think it's gone.
So now, I'm going to take yours, and I'm going to walk it out of here.
Oh. Please don't.
And you get to watch me do it. Completely helpless. Just like you left me.
I mean, are you going to be able to walk it out of here if you keep ripping off my foot?
Okay, maybe letting her in isn't the best idea. She clearly hates us.
And what's your point? I thought you wanted to get out of here. This is a way out, and it's different. We might as well take it.
He's like, at least it's not here forever. Satisfying, right? Yeah. All the crunching noises.
Yeah, but not like this. She's going to make it hurt.
Then turn off the part of you that feels things.
That's always a good option. Just, yeah, turn it off. What does she like feet so much? I mean, I don't know. Just maybe because they're close?
Oh, like it's that easy?
It is. Pain is just another sensation. If you can tolerate joy, you can tolerate pain.
That actually is incredibly true.
Except that pain hurts.
Yes, that's what it does. That's the definition.
Do we need to explain to you why pain is bad?
You need to explain to yourself why it isn't.
That's fine. I actually came here to free you.
See? That wasn't so hard. And maybe this will make it hurt a little less.
That doesn't sound like you're interested in, like, really making it hurt less. Your favorite voice is super funny. I'm the only streamer that notices me. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Maybe.
You remain pinned to the floor of the long hallway as the rest of the princess's body emerges. Her proportions all wrong, limbs bent and curling, moving in ways that defy your understanding. Her torso stretches until her face is practically touching yours, her neck cracking audibly as she twists to look at you from a fresh angle. Are you sure you can't do anything to help us? Can't you, like, manifest a rock right on top of her head?
Just like manifest my salvation.
And crush you along with her? Not that I even can manifest a rock. Besides, I thought you all wanted to free the princess. Not like this. You don't even have a weapon, so I'm afraid you're out of luck, which unfortunately means that I, and the rest of the world, are out of luck too. Okay, deep breath. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine.
Yes, everything's fine. Everything's fine.
Is it? Is there any conceivable way that this is fine?
Yeah, I'm right. This is fine. It's better than last time. At least our organs aren't failing. At least I can actually talk.
It is fine. Everything is always fine. These consequences have no real impact on us outside of momentary discomfort. I'm sure we'll be moving on again soon enough.
Your vision fades as she tears open the membrane of your soul.
The membrane of your soul. I didn't even know that my soul was in a membrane. Like, that's interesting. I believe that one day you'll surpass other streamers. Well, thank you, Date. I appreciate the support.
You're awake. Eyes once again fixed on the long hallway, your vision swimming as the princess's command reverberates inside your skull. Her voice is all-encompassing. You feel wrong. It's so cramped in here. Like there's some sort of growth trying to push us all out.
Membrane of Soul sounds like an item from an RPG. It does. It totally does. Ooh.
I know. You rise to your feet, though the pain in your ankle is blinding. Your body slumps against the wall, desperately leaning into it for support. I'd beg you to resist, but you've already surrendered your will to her, haven't you? You're the puppet master here. If this is the only way we could cut ourselves free from you, so be it.
It's a new experience. You should try being possessed sometime. There's nothing else like it.
Nothing else like it.
There's nothing wrong with fixing your mistake. I'll remember that. But I'll also never forget what you've done.
Ugh.
Your body inches along the corridor, every step more difficult and painful than the last. Your joints stiff and unresponsive, the shattered bones of your ankle grinding ceaselessly, as if they're fragmenting, then reforming, then snapping all over again as you make your way towards the outside world.
Yeah, that sounds fine.
But despite the anguish, it doesn't feel like the exit to the cabin is getting any closer. If anything, it's getting further away.
Bones go, snap, crackle, pop. Yeah, they sure do, Samurai. Yeah, Dan, you can stop spamming hearts whenever you feel like it. But I do appreciate the support. Thank you. Ugh. Taste of meat and feathers. Yeah, when we first saw our hand, I was thinking that we were like a leather lizard thing. But then when I saw our legs, it's almost like we're a chocobo or something.
Please, just let her out. It's pointless, isn't it? I can't stop her without you, and you'd already given up by the time we met.
Hey there, Panda. How you doing tonight? You're gonna rest a little bit while I watch your stream? Cool. Guess who it is? I'm just happy that it's Halloween. It's me, Samurai. Oh, well, hello. You have both streams up. Well, thank you for the support. Is it water in the face hole? I'm glad to hear that you're doing good, Panda.
No, screw that. The hallway gets even longer.
So the narrator does have control over the universe some. Interesting. Oh, we're doing a posture check. Thank you, Honor Wolf. You didn't know that I had a YouTube channel? Well, you do now. Thank you. I appreciate the support and the subs. And thank you for the lurk, Panda. I appreciate that too.
You cannot describe me into submission. The door is right there.
You cannot describe me to submission. I love it.
It really is, isn't it?
I walked to it. I placed your bloody hand on the door. I made you twist the handle.
Isn't saying all of this his job?
He is gone.
Oh, he really is, isn't he? I had a feeling you could deal with him for us.
Oh, well, that's fine.
I did nothing. He dealt with himself.
This is it then. The big moment.
We were close to the Mistral thing. Yeah, you were. And, you know, we'll talk. He might give you longer. We'll see. I'll have to, like, talk to him and see what he wants to do.
Finally, we'll get to see what's really out there.
Yes, what's really out there?
The air is different here.
But as you step outside the bounds of the cabin, you feel another violent tear, a rending that cuts all the way down to your soul. You are once again separated from everything that had nestled in the deep crevices of your body and from everything that isn't you.
We're us again.
Interesting.
How interesting. Everything is gone. Except her.
What is happening to me?
But you don't have the chance to answer her before something takes her and leaves something else in her place.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her?
So she became a mirror. Thank you, Samurai. I appreciate the sub. It always felt bad for you because you have few people watching your streams. Oh, don't worry, Data. It just takes time.
And there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now?
Because she's the mirror. I think I'm supposed to look at the mirror.
There's something dreadful about it. I don't think you should. It's calling us. And not in a good way.
Paranoia doesn't think anything's good.
Ignore the cowards. You have to look.
Approach the mirror.
I'm begging you, don't do this.
The mirror never scared you before.
It's different now. It feels, I don't know, final.
Interesting. Mirror, mirror on the wall. Who's the dumbest of them all? The narrator, right? You approach the mirror. You gaze into your reflection. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone, but the mirror remains. It's time for you to see what's in it. It's you. You are alone in a place that is empty. It is quiet here. Proceed to the cabin. You are at the cabin. Approach her.
Something finds me in the long quiet and brings me the gift of a fragile vessel.
What are you?
I am solitary lights in an empty city. What are you?
I don't know. I don't know what I am.
I think that you are like me.
I think that's probably true.
We are oceans, reduced to shallow creeks.
Is this the end of the world?
How can the world have ended if we are talking?
Are you what sent me to slay the princess? Are you what trapped me here?
I have only just now stirred to consciousness. I could not have trapped you here, and I too yearn to be free.
Are you the princess?
She is part of me, and part of me is her.
She's gone Super Saiyan, right? I mean, kind of. But were you always the princess, or are you just making her a part of yourself?
You speak in circles. Does it matter where one thing begins and another ends?
What happens now?
Nothing, as we are. But I know that there are worlds beyond us, and that we are meant to reach them. There is no exit, but this vessel is a creature of perception. She can make you forget, if only you believe her to be able to. Bring me more perspectives, so that I may be whole, and perhaps then we will know our freedom.
How many more pieces of you do I have to find?
More than you have found, but less than there are to find. I am infinite. The rest will find their own way home.
Interesting. How much will I forget?
Everything, until we meet again.
I was sent to slay the princess to stop her from destroying the world. If I help you, is that what you're going to do?
You ask of things that cannot be done. To destroy is merely to reshape, to remold.
You're being semantic. What are you going to do if I help you?
How can I know? I am flickers in something sprawling and unilluminated.
Aren't you scared that I will find a way to kill you?
I have not lived. I am not afraid to die.
And what if I don't let you do this to me?
Then we will be here forever, as we are now. Unfinished, dry, hollow.
Okay, make me forget.
She asks that I tell you to remember her. You won't.
Everything goes dark and you die. Okay, that's very dramatic. Okay. You have 420 zebra cakes? Let's go! All the zebra cakes! Yeah, it's a zebra cake party. And we got SpongeBob SquarePants and the Pineapple Under the Sea over on YouTube. We've got strange parties. So then you start back over at chapter 1. Interesting.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
You just died. No explanation sound. Just died. Yep. Delete.
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Okay, I can already say that this game feels like it's huge. I think you could spend a great deal of time exploring all of the layers and avenues. And wow, this is super cool. Especially if, like, every time you get to the end of it, it just cycles you back through to the first chapter. Nice, nice. Can't someone else do this?
Unfortunately, you're the only one who can pull this off. I don't make the rules. I wish I did, but I don't.
Well, who does make the rules? Killing a princess seems kind of bad, though, doesn't it?
Does it? Are you a monarchist? Is slaying a princess that much worse than slaying a fisherman or a miller or a seamstress? If anything, slaying a princess is much better than slaying a seamstress. Seamstresses contribute something of value to society.
Whew. Have you considered that maybe I'm okay with the world ending?
Of course I haven't. Why would I even consider that? Nobody wants the world to end. I mean, maybe some people do, like nihilists, or very, very evil people, but surely you're not one of those, right?
Can you go fry some eggs? Sure, food's important. Yes, go eat, Dave. No worries. How will the world end anyways? Did the Goofy from before just send down an asteroid or something, right? I mean, we talk about end as if that means like everything ceases to be, when I feel like what nature has taught us is that endings are always beginning. You know, if matter can't be created nor destroyed, but it just changes from one form to the next, that means that when one thing ends, something else by default has to be created, and that means something else has to begin. So all things are on a cycle. Even if it's the ending of life, it means that still something has to be created, right? I mean, so is there ever really an end, or is it just like cyclic phases? Alright, so let's go to the cabin. Where's that option? Silently continue to the cabin.
You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within.
We're not going to go through with this, right? She's a princess. We're supposed to save princesses, not slay them.
Ignore him. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Proceed into the cabin. I think this time we're just gonna see what happens if we help her right away.
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Yeah, I'm not gonna take the blade. This time I'm gonna just go the path of helping her. By like giving her what she wants and see what happens. So enter the basement.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor.
Wait, why is she in the basement? I have no idea why she's in the basement. This is just where she starts. I mean, it poses a lot of questions.
Her voice softly carries up the stairs.
Hello? Is someone there?
It's hypnotizing. It's the kind of voice you only have to hear once to remember it for the rest of your life.
Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation. You're playing a dangerous game by coming here unarmed.
Perhaps we are, but who's really the manipulator? I mean, I feel like the narrator is the bad guy. He just feels so dirty. I mean, right from the beginning, she just, like, up front told us what she would do. I'm here to save you.
How many times do I have to tell you how dangerous letting her out of here would be before it finally sinks in?
I just don't believe you, sir.
Wait, really? You're here to rescue me? I was starting to think I'd be stuck down here forever. Come downstairs. I want to see the face of my rescuer.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
She's beautiful. How could someone like this be a threat to anyone?
I am begging you to stay focused. There's a lot riding on you here.
We are focused, narrator, just not in the way you want us to be.
Hi. I can't believe you're here. I've been waiting for something like this to happen forever. I hope you brought something to deal with these chains.
No.
Don't do it. If she gets out of those chains, we're all one step closer to the end.
Maybe. I'll see what I can do. Examine the chains.
Your only making this more difficult.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're making a huge mistake.
Am I?
No, you're doing the right thing.
I think we are, hero.
You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall and give them a tug.
Whoa!
They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
Ah, we need more muscles! Pooh!
I'm guessing you don't have the key?
No.
Maybe it's somewhere upstairs.
Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away down here intended for her to never see the light of day. They wouldn't have just left the key to her chains somewhere in the cabin.
If there isn't a key, do you have any other ideas?
Maybe there's some way to break the chains? Or if that doesn't work, I guess we can always cut me out of them.
She offers the suggestion with almost complete nonchalance.
Yeah.
If we were stuck down here long enough, I'm sure we'd be nonchalant about cutting our way out if it meant we could finally be free.
I mean, that's true too.
You attempt to make your way out of the basement, but the door at the top of the stairs slams shut. You hear the click of a lock sliding into place.
Is someone else here?
Try the door.
You try the door, but it's locked from the outside.
Rude! Hey, let me out of here!
Shouts and pleas are met with silence. You're here to slay the princess, and you won't leave until the task is done.
Interesting. Return to the bottom of the stairs.
You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier if you'd just taken the blade like you were supposed to.
See, this is what I mean. Like, the narrator is so manipulative and he's just such a bad guy. This is bad guy behavior.
Easier for whom?
Exactly.
Easier for everyone. Look at the mess you're in.
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they?
There's a slight panic rising in the princess's voice.
If I could just get out of these chains, I know we could force our way out of here together.
She barely hesitates
Oh!
before raising her arm to her mouth, her teeth tearing through her limb with the determination of a trapped wolf.
I mean, you could have at least done it right above the hand and saved more of your arm. I mean, that's intense and unexpected.
As she rips her flesh from her bone, a sound comes from behind you, the clang of bouncing metal.
Holy guacamole is about right, Samurai. I was not expecting that.
It's the blade from upstairs. You're not sure how it made its way down here, but if there's a time to strike, it's now.
Yeah, let's hope we're cut off that arm before she has to completely eat through it. That's terrible.
Or we could use it to free her. You won't like what happens if you do that.
Maybe not. Yes, it's snacks! Snacks! Save the princess.
Fine. Against your better judgment, you place the blade against the ragged, self-inflicted wound on the princess's arm, just above the unyielding chain binding her to this place. You cut into her flesh.
The blade is sharp, and it takes little effort to crack through the bone of her arm.
Her limb falls to the ground, and the heavy chains follow suit.
She didn't so much as utter a sound through the whole ordeal.
No, she didn't.
She smiles softly as her gaze meets yours, blood from her wounded arm dripping rhythmically to the ground.
Reaction? Nah, she ain't human. She looked like she enjoyed it. I mean, there was something going on there.
How is she still smiling after everything? It's like she isn't even bothered by what just happened.
Yeah, she doesn't seem to mind at all.
Thank you. Now let's get out of here.
Approach the locked door.
No, we won't have any of that. The stakes are too high. You can't just let her escape into the world. No, I can't just let her escape into the world.
Oh, see, now the narrator is taking action. Yeah, he tried to make it sound like he couldn't, but we knew the truth.
As the princess approaches the bottom stair, your body steps forward and raises the blade.
Wait, this isn't fair. You can't just do that.
Watch me.
What are you doing?
Warn her.
Stop that.
I knew it. I freaking knew it. Yeah, I'm like, the narrator is slimy.
Something's come over you, hasn't it? You know you don't have to do this, right?
Your body lunges forward, the blade held low, ready to sink into her heart.
But the princess dodges, stumbling back against the wall before the blade has a chance to connect.
Stop it. Stop trying to resist me. I'm trying to get you out of here alive.
You are trying to manipulate me. It's not okay. Oh, we got a random hat. One moment. Let's reach down and grab one. See what we get. Reach into the pile, and it is wolf hat. Oh, maybe I can hit the door. There we go. There we go. Random hat donned. It's magical. Resist.
The blade. Move the blade.
No. I love the cute wolf hat as you're about to murder someone in a game, right? Yes, we gotta have our cute hat with our little cute ears while we're all getting murdered and stabby. Yeah! Gotta be properly equipped.
As your body remains frozen in stubborn resistance, the princess takes a cautious step forward.
We both know this isn't you.
She nervously reaches towards you and takes the blade from your infuriatingly rigid hands. What are you doing?
Saving the princess.
I'm sorry. I'll try to be quick.
She plunges it into your chest, tearing through flesh and sinew. It is agony. But you aren't dead yet.
Oh no! I'm so sorry.
Oh.
Stay strong. We can tough it out until it's done. For her sake. For her sake? Don't you start pretending that dying a painful death is some sort of heroic gesture. The two of you have literally doomed everyone.
Yeah, it's fine, Samurai. It just thought, the Automod just thought that you were talking to me. I know that you're talking to the game character. Context is everything, which Automod doesn't have. I don't know if she's really betraying us, though, in this moment. Like... I had you on mute. It took me a while to get why that message, right? I mean, knowing that we come back and that we're cyclic, and if she knows that, and she seemed to previously, so I think that she's just trying to rescue us from the narrator, because I think that she knows that we're going to come back. So I don't think that it's really a posture check. Thank you. So I don't really think that it's a betrayal, right? I think that she's still our ally. But I could be wrong. I think it's the narrator that's the bad guy in this game. I really feel that way. She's trying to free you from the narrator. Yeah, I think so. It feels that way to me.
Whatever. She sinks the blade into your chest again and again and again, and you feel every inch of burning pain that slices its way into your body.
I think that she is going to kill us this time. I think that we have to go through all the chapters. Like, every time, I think we have to go through the chapters.
I'm sorry.
And she's just not a very good murderess.
She doesn't know how to use a knife, does she?
Nope, she doesn't. She's just sort of blindly poking at us, and that sucks a lot. We would have been better off offing ourselves.
Apparently not, though it doesn't matter how sloppy her knife work is, does it? A stab wound is still a stab wound, and it won't be long before you bleed out.
If she was sorry, she would stop stabbing. Not if she wants to get you into the next cycle. She's a meathead. I mean... I don't know. We'll have to see how it plays out. It's kind of an interesting catch-22.
I'm so sorry.
With one last thrust of the knife, your legs give out beneath you. You collapse to the floor, your blood pooling around you, your limbs unresponsive. The princess stares down at your ruined chest as tears carve rivulets of pink down her blood-spattered cheeks.
She did. I knew it. Yeah, she did. She's offed us.
It can't just end like this, right? Oh, that's rich coming from you. As much as I'd prefer for things to have gone differently, I can't deny the reality of what's happened. The two of you made your choice. It's over.
Yeah.
Everything goes dark, and you die.
Oy. The damsel. Interesting.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
Okay, I really, really, really love how much difference there is already in this playthrough versus the last one. Like, a lot of times in Choose Your Own Adventure kind of story dynamics, there isn't a lot of divergence, but, like, this is a dramatic amount of divergence already, and I really already like that. I can't say how much I'm enjoying this game. This game is amazing. I'm so glad I've gotten to play it. You're gonna go? Well, thank you, Sam Ryan, for coming and hanging out with us. I hope that you have a fabulous remainder of your night.
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
You'll return next stream. Fabulous. I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. And then your favorite voice is going to be coming up next. Okay. But I died. What am I doing here?
I can assure you that you're not dead. And to answer your second question, you're here to slay the princess. I literally told you that a second ago. If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way.
Yes, he didn't approve of us last time, did he? If we're going to save our beloved, we'll have to be sneaky about it.
Voice of the smitten. Oh, that's amazing.
Our beloved?
Our beloved? The hero's like, what?
Yes, you'll have to be very sneaky about your intentions if you're going to try and save the princess. Ah, so all of the cards are on the table. Then you should know that we and the princess are in love, and the four of us will be foiling any and all assassination attempts you've got in the works. We'll see about that. Whatever you do, just be sure to ignore him specifically. It sounds like he's the sort who'd sacrifice the whole world for a peck on the cheek.
For a peck on the cheek.
What can I say? A world without love is a world that isn't worth saving.
Okay, he's pretty good too. I don't know if I like him more than Paranoia, but Smitten's pretty good too. Okay, we're gonna go to the cabin. And we're gonna stay the course. We're gonna do everything we can to save her.
She will lie She will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says.
We already told you we're not playing along with your little game. It's your lies that can't be trusted.
Yeah.
Her beauty is the only thing in the world we can believe in. I think we've already been over this. I'm pretty sure he just likes the sound of his own voice. I do, but I also speak from the heart. My passions are too great to be stifled. They must be expressed.
I love it. He doesn't even try to deny. He's just like, I do.
Sure, yeah, your passions are strong and all, but not everyone needs to hear them. Some things are better kept quiet.
Some things are better kept quiet. True, true.
Don't pay their bickering any mind. Focus on the task ahead.
Proceed into the cabin. Alright, let's do this.
The interior of the cabin is clean and elegant, its stone walls draped in fine-threaded tapestries, a prison befitting a royal prisoner. The only furniture of note is an ornate wooden table with a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
And of course, there's the mirror. Approach the mirror.
You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here.
What are you talking about? This isn't a wall. It's a mirror. Or at least it'll be a mirror once we wipe off that layer of grime.
Wipe the mirror clean.
You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now.
But there was a mirror a second ago. And now it's gone. Pity. We could have a feather out of place and now we'll never know. We can't gallantly sweep her off her feet if we have a feather out of place.
Ah! No! Not with a feather out of place! Ah! What will our chocobo self do if our feathers are out of place? Oh dear. Enter the basement. We have a princess to rescue!
Creaks open, revealing an intricate stairwell. Gold-trimmed carpet glimmers in the light of the torches positioned along the walls. The basement almost seems welcoming in the dim firelight.
I like that the environment also changes, not just the plot and story details.
But it's still a stone basement. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. A soft voice carries up the stairs.
Hello? Is someone there?
Her voice. It's somehow even more beautiful than last time. I can hear wedding bells already. I've held my tongue till now, but you're taking this a little too far. We barely even know the princess. We can still do right by her without all this over-the-top fawning.
Yes, for everyone's sake, you're not in love. Just remember that her charms are all part of the manipulation. You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall.
My love, we're here to rescue you from your unjust and foul imprisonment.
You know she can't hear you, right?
I wasn't sure. He declared it so confidently. I wasn't sure she wasn't gonna hear it.
She may not be able to hear my words, but surely she can hear my spirit.
Oh, your spirit's plenty loud, all right.
It's you, my dashing hero. I was so worried you wouldn't come back.
Did you hear that? She said we're dashing.
And she called us a hero.
Right? Got the hero one over too. She called us a hero.
Flattery really goes a long way with the two of you, doesn't it?
It sure does. Flattery will win you everything.
Waiting for you to come back. I didn't want to believe your ravings back in the woods, but this is next to incontrovertible evidence. You've been here before.
That's right, villain. And you killed us. Well, she killed us. Only because he made us try and kill her. It was self-defense. Our beloved's hands remain unstained by cruelty.
And you've died before.
So an entire world has been damned to oblivion. I'd really hoped I'd be the first, but what's done is done. What matters is you have a chance to do it right this time. We damned a whole world, but everything reset. Nothing resets, you're just somewhere else. You can't keep hopping between worlds forever, especially not without leaving a trail of incomprehensible devastation behind you. This is horrible.
He truly is your favorite. I mean, he is pretty good. I don't know. I think it's a tough call between Smitten and Paranoid. They're both good for very different reasons. But Smitten is delightful.
Horrible for you, maybe, but we've been given another opportunity to sweep her off her feet and treat her like the lady she is. Now, hold on. If she actually ended a world, are you sure we want to do this? Are you sure we want to rescue her?
Yes.
We never saw a world end, and now I'm even more certain that we must chase our heroic and romantic destiny than I've ever been. I shan't let anyone convince us otherwise.
I mean, and we didn't see a world end. This narrator is, kind of slimy.
Are you listening to him? He's lost it. Don't let him distract you. Just do your job.
What happened after I died?
You died, and now we're talking.
Well, that's kind of evasive. Before we started talking, did you end the world?
I don't know. Was I supposed to have ended the world? Would that have made you happy?
Isn't that just like our darling princess? She wants to make us happy. My heart melts further with every word that passes through her beautiful lips. Are you listening to her? That's a confession.
A confession. No, I don't want the world to end.
Then I didn't end the world.
See? She didn't confess anything. She is innocence itself.
I love how he's just like, I'm gonna take everything at face value.
Not so sure.
I'm sorry about what happened last time. The narrator who sent me here to kill you took over my body. It was extremely unfair.
If another version of me was pushed to such drastic action, it was for good reason.
That's okay. You were just doing your best, and that's all that matters.
She took that in stride. To a surprising extent. An almost unsettling extent, actually.
I like how unsettled the hero is getting out by this.
That's because she's perfect.
Like, the more, we go down this path, the more the hero is not convinced this is a good idea.
Do you think she has someone like him telling her what to do?
Oh, that's an interesting question.
She doesn't. There's no one else like me.
And you were really quick to go there, Mr. Narrator.
I think he's right, because I like it better if she doesn't have some horrid little voice like him, always trying to drive her to violence.
I didn't bring a knife. Do I have to cut you out again?
I'm okay with whatever you come up with. You can cut my arm off again.
Oh, jeez.
We won't be laying a finger on her perfect wrists, and indeed, we won't even have to. Do you see how dainty her hands are? We'll be able to slip her right out with no harm done. What? No, she's a prisoner here. You can't just slip her hand through the chains. Why are you two arguing over the logistics of slipping her hand out of her shackles? She just said she'd be okay with any idea we came up with. Am I the only one here who thinks that's weird?
It is weird, hero. I also think it's weird.
She didn't care last time. Why should she care this time? That's our stoic, Smiling angel. No, you're right. It's extremely bizarre behavior and further evidence that she's a monster who's not to be trusted. So go ahead and slay her.
Definitely not slaying her. We're following this through, seeing how it goes. You killed me last time and it hurt a lot. Why'd you do that?
I'm sorry. Didn't you want me to?
Well, sort of.
Did we? We warned her of the cruel forces seizing our body. That's practically telling her to kill us. She is our beloved, and she made the choice to free us of our misery, to show us mercy and make the best decision for everyone.
She made the best decision for her. Don't be so quick to assign kindness. You're just opening yourself up to manipulation.
Rescue the princess.
No, I can't let you do that. If you take another step towards the princess, I'll...
You'll what? Take over our body and force us to try and kill her?
I would if you had a weapon.
Not on my watch, villain. My passions contain titanic depths, and if you try anything that might harm our dearest, I will end our life without a second thought.
He's like, yeah, no.
You wouldn't.
I would.
He would.
I'd listen to him if I were you. He has a lot of strong feelings. And doesn't the world end if we don't stop her?
You approach the princess and gingerly slide her hand from her bindings. That shouldn't have worked. I'll be damned. We're doomed.
We're doomed.
I can't believe it. But I guess I have to.
I told you. There's no life more worth living than that of a true believer.
I'm free. And you're not trying to kill me this time. Thank you. Thank you so much.
This time, right? You know, last time was really my fault. It shouldn't count.
The princess jumps up and smothers you in a joyful embrace. Ugh. If only you had a weapon, one slip of the wrist and your pristine blade would be buried in her back and everyone out there would be saved. Luckily for Mr. Romance, we don't have a weapon.
Time to leave? Well, we're trying.
Who needs a weapon when we have the power of love on our side?
What do we do now?
We go up the stairs. Exactly, Honor Wolf. We go up the stairs.
That sounds perfect.
The princess takes your hand, the last hopes of the entire world slipping through your fingers as they intertwine with hers.
We have each other. We don't need the world for our happy ending.
Oh dear.
I like to think that you do, actually. Look, I have my doubts, but the choice has been made and this is happening. You don't have to mope about it.
You don't have to mope about it.
I will mope about it, because moping is the only recourse you love-blind fools have left me with. You and the princess walk up the stairs hand in hand. Ugh, look at the way she's smiling at you. She doesn't have to be so happy about this. And what happens after we walk up the stairs? Let's see. Oh, isn't that interesting? The door slams in your face and the lock clicks.
Ah,
That's a familiar move.
I say that's surprising.
Did I do that last time? Then you should know that you won't be able to leave.
Oh no! Did someone lock us in here? That's not fair. We're supposed to leave now.
She's right. It isn't fair. But the unfairnesses of the world are no match for the strength of true love.
Enough with this true love nonsense. You just met her.
Of course you wouldn't understand. Our passions run deeper than anything you have ever known.
Are you listening to this? You don't have to go along with the every whim of that delusional voice.
I'm just along for the ride at this point.
I love how resigned Hero is. He's just like, I don't know what we're doing. I'm just riding the chocobo at this point. I don't know what's happening. Do you think you can open it?
Well, I don't know. Do you think I can?
Of course she can. You believe in her, right?
Nobody is leaving this basement.
Yeah, I think you've got this, because you're super powerful and kind of terrifying.
Okay, let me try.
The princess tries the handle, and the lock clicks, and the door creaks open. Are you kidding me?
I told you she could do it.
You and the princess make your way upstairs, and the blade. That's right. There's still a chance for you to do the right thing. Take the blade from the table and slay her before it's too late.
Panda exists! Hi, Panda! You're not doing that.
You're enjoying this, aren't you? You're taking every opportunity you can to draw out the end of the world and make me suffer. I hate you.
Yes, make it all about you, Mr. Narrator.
That's the way out. We're going to leave together, just like you wanted.
Yes, I suppose you are going to do that, aren't you? You cross the room, opening the door to the cabin, and then you step outside.
Alright.
A happy ending at last.
We did it. What should we do now?
And where's the twist?
Where did everything go? Where did he go?
Oh, is he gone? I hadn't noticed. I was too busy staring deep into our beloved's eyes.
I'm cold. Is being happy supposed to be so cold?
Ah,
She's cold. Quick, our feathers. Pluck them all and weave her a coat worthy of a princess.
yeah, yes, just get her all your plumes. Oh, there's the hands. Again. But you don't get the chance to make that jacket, nor will you ever. It's time for you to leave. Memory returns.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And is that a mirror? Why is it here? Why now?
Of course you're scared. This is the end for you, but it's not the end for me. It's going to be okay. Just trust me. We've been here before, and you always get scared.
But it feels so bad. Like looking into it right now is going to be the end of everything. Yes. I fear that we won't like what we'll see. What if we just sit here and preen for a while? That can't hurt, right?
Yes, preening. That's what we should do. I'll see you on the other side. It's going to be okay.
Okay. If you say so. We'll trust you.
She'll be there waiting for us. I just know it.
Approach the mirror. You approach the mirror. Gaze into your reflection. We're just gonna look at our sexy chocobo self. Yes, yes. Silence as you reach forward. You're gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave, but you need to see what's in it. I mean, we don't really get to see ourselves. You've grown. We've grown? Interesting. We're a bigger bird. You find yourself in the long quiet once again. Proceed to the cabin. You are at the cabin. Approach her.
Flickering lights and empty cityscapes become pockets of vitality and movement. I am more than I was before.
I mean, she definitely looks the better than when we saw her last.
Whenever you are ready, I will wipe your slate clean once again.
Are you the same being as you were before? How much have you changed?
Is a child the same as an infant? I am an unbroken pattern, but every vessel gives fresh perspectives and carves new avenues of expression. I am different, but I am the same.
That's an interesting metaphor, like growing up and maturing. How does she feel the vessel? Can't people answer just what it is, right? Yeah, everybody's super evasive. That nobody answers anything straightforward in this game. Hey Zebra, can you refund my cakes for the Mistrash thing? If we don't extend it, and we close it, I believe that it refunds everybody their cakes. I don't swear to that though. I think that's how that works. If we extend it though, then it just keeps going and people will keep paying into it. So we'll talk to Mistrash and see what he wants to do. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that that's how it works. Oh, ads, you think it is too? Okay, then that is probably how it works. It's a while ago since I've read that, so I wasn't entirely sure. Oh, water in the face, oh! Get some electrolytes in. When this is all done, do you know what you want to do?
With every gift you bring me, I excavate the alleys of what I am meant to be, and every exploration yields new and complicated truths. What I will be is different than what I am, and what I am is different from what I was. I cannot tell you what desires I will hold when I have changed. But in this moment,
Thank you.
all I want is to know myself and to know you.
Oh, thank you for the follow, Panda. You just like to reset that, huh? It says that once you guys end it, it will be a refund, or at least that's how I understood it. Yeah, that's how I understood it as well. I've never canceled one. We've always just extended them. So I don't know that with certainty, but that's how I understood it when I read it as well. What does it feel to change like this?
Eyes close in reflection. Perspectives meld together, and the breadth of my experience stretches to new corners. There are contradictions, conflicts in my nature, and there are familiarities that bind everything together. It feels correct. This is what I need to be.
Time for
This is the only
popcorn. Don't
path
steam
forward.
stabbing, guys. I can't promise that we won't get stabby. When I go back, it's as if an invisible wall closes around me. Why can I not do the same things I've done before?
Those paths lead to worlds you've already seen, and to perspectives I have already made my own. They are useless to us now, inaccessible. The only paths of value are those that are yet untread.
What do you want me to bring you next time?
Gifts aren't what someone tells you to bring them. Do
Hmm.
not worry. There are no wrong answers, and every perspective illuminates my shadows and shares new secrets.
Do you have any thoughts on this vessel?
This one is soft and delicate. You molded her to love you, and she'll make for a gentle heart. Do not mourn her. She has served her purpose.
So you don't have any preferences on how you'd like to change or grow?
My preference is for you to show me what you would like me to see. I cannot know the ways I wish to grow, for I have yet to feel them. It is you who guides me down the thin trail of perspective and memory.
Could you imagine having this degree of control over someone's creation and formation? It's unnerving. Hi, Z-Bird. How you doing tonight? You've been kinder to me than anyone else I have met. Thank you.
Why wouldn't I be kind to you? You are the only thing I know that isn't me.
I don't want to hurt you, but the more times I go back, the worse I fear things will be.
The vessels are a weave of emotion at odds with themselves, but they are only perspectives. They are not me. The wounds they've suffered carve texture around my heart. Without them, I would be as I was before.
I do find that it's interesting how they approach a lot of the philosophies on suffering and the discussion of how we have to embrace all of the experiences that we have in our life, that all of them together make us who we are, and that we can't be a complete human if we only felt things that were desirable.
I would be alone and without sensation. I could not feel the joy of having you by my side, for I would not know your absence.
How many more vessels do I need to bring you?
If I am to be an ocean, you have given me enough to build a pond. My waters are shallow and murky, and I yearn for more perspective. The task of finding my vessels is your burden to carry.
You know, at the end of this, once you're finished, I'm going to kill you, right?
There is still much to be seen. Neither of us know the depths of our being. Perhaps at the end of this, I will be the one to kill you. Or perhaps we will leave this place together and find new horizons to discover.
It is very thought-provoking. I like how they've mixed layers. Like, there's periods where they layer up lots of things to get you to think, but then there's also, like, good humor, and it's just a really well thought out and well laid out story. And it's visually appealing. I'm really enjoying this. I'm ready to go back.
I await your return, but it will give me time to reflect on what I am. We will meet again.
Blech. It's just, everything goes dark and you die. She just deletes you. It's better than when she killed us stabby over and over again style.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
Alright, so we kind of went the middle road, and then we went the all, like, nice road. This time we're just gonna, like, balls in. Let's just, yeah, do it.
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Sweet! I've always wanted to off a monarch. Viva la revolution!
That's the spirit. You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within.
And this is the hero the narrator has been looking for the whole time.
We're not going to go through with this, right? She's a princess. We're supposed to save princesses, not slay them.
Sorry, hero. Not today.
Ignore him. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Proceed to the cabin. Time to get stabby.
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Take the blade.
You take the blade from the table. It'd be rather difficult to slay the princess and save the world without it.
Enter the basement.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her voice carries up the stairs.
Who's there?
She sounds dangerous. It's almost as if she's the one in charge down here.
Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation.
Okay, let's just
Good.
go in.
You're still listening to reason. You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
She's so coldly beautiful. Is she really a threat to the world?
Focus on the task at hand.
We're focused.
And there you are. Are you here to kill me or something?
Yep. Still your nerves and step forward.
You step forward, your grip on the blade tightening as you steel your resolve.
Oh? No talking then? Fine. What even makes you think you can kill me?
I got a stabby stick.
I'm probably chained up in this basement for a reason, right? And if that knife is the only weapon you have, you'll have to get close enough to use it.
True.
So, you should just drop it. Best not to risk finding out what I can do.
She's unarmed. If you hesitate now, it'll be too late. End this.
Slay the princess.
You lunge forward without a moment's hesitation. You feel flesh easily give way and look down to see your blade already sinking deep into her heart.
Oh,
Surprise!
this is it, isn't it? I'm almost embarrassed. I should have seen that coming. But I have to wonder, do you actually believe this was enough to kill me?
It's like she's convinced she can't die.
Yes, even as she lays there dying, she entirely believes herself to be alive and well.
Yeah, and stabbing happened. It's fine. Everything's fine.
But it's over, isn't it? She stopped breathing moments ago. That arrogant look still plastered on her face.
But is it over? Really over?
I don't know, hero. Of course, she's dead.
Yes, exactly. It's over.
No, I mean, but didn't die? Well, I didn't die yet. We'll see what happens. I'm not convinced that I'm not going to.
With your work done, you make your way back up the stairs, closing the door to the basement behind you.
Why do I feel like we've done something terrible?
We have.
You did kill someone. Greater good or not, something would be very wrong with you if you didn't feel at least a little bad. But it was for the greater good. One of these days that will sink in and help ease your guilty conscience.
3 different routes with that choice, I believe. Interesting.
But that day isn't today. Let's just get out of here. You open the cabin door, ready to return to a world saved from certain doom.
Only a world saved from certain doom isn't what you find. Instead, what you find is nothing at all. Where a lush forest stood mere minutes ago, the only thing in front of you now is the vast emptiness of some place far away.
Interesting.
What happened? Everyone is fine. It's just that you and the cabin are now far away from them. Don't worry. You'll be safe here. This is good. Everyone is happy. You'll be happy.
I'll be happy. Really? Was kind of hoping I'd get a better ending for saving the world.
This isn't an ending. In fact, now that the princess has been slain, endings are a thing of the past. No. This is the beginning of eternity. Your reward.
Oh, great.
This is what's best for everyone. Trust me.
I really don't. You're slimy.
Time passes. You can't be sure if it's days or months or years or even decades. It's all a wonderful, boring blur. You've never been happier.
I mean, just you saying it doesn't make it true. You would have said bullshit. I mean, I feel that, but we're trying to like commit to the bit.
Psst. Hey, we're not just gonna stay here forever, right?
Right? Didn't you hear the narrator? I'm happy, very
Are
happy.
we really happy? Or is he just telling us that we are?
No, we're happy. I'm sure of it.
Really? Well, if you ever change your mind, just let me know, I guess.
More happy time passes, though the word begins to lose its meaning. Time, that is, not happy. Happy still has plenty of meaning.
Sure.
Please shake yourself out of it. We have to get out of here.
Poor hero. He's like, I gotta rescue you.
The little voices' pleas fall on deaf ears. Eventually you pass into a blissful state of pure existence. Though words like eventually and pass ceased to have any meaning to you long before that shift, you simply exist. Happy. Forever.
Good ending. You did it. You saved everyone. What?
You cannot go further astray.
Okay. Okay, maybe I'm not happy, and I'm not just saying that because you're the last person I talked to.
Good, because I have an idea to get us out of here. Though you're probably not going to like it. The blade. We can use the blade to get out of this.
I can hear everything you say, little voice. There's only one thing it would want you to use that blade on, and I'm afraid that thing is you, dear hero.
He's right. It's the only way out.
Do you hear that? It wants to take this happiness away from you. It wants this wonderful place to end.
It sure does.
Do you not? There's more for us to do, and the only way for us to do it is to take that blade and use it. Don't you dare.
Wouldn't using the blade, kill us? Wouldn't we be dead?
How astute. You are absolutely correct. Using the blade to kill yourself would kill you, and you shouldn't do it.
In a sense, we die, but looking at things from another angle, are we even really alive anymore? This place, it's nothing. It's absolutely nothing. It's just the same thing, constantly, forever.
That would be not mind-numbing. I can't even imagine.
I know this is out there, but trust me, I know using the blade will work. That little voice didn't want you to slay the princess. It didn't want you to be happy.
You'd better be right about this. I'll be pretty upset if we die.
If we die, you can yell at me all you want. I made this happy little place for you. Is this not a good enough reward for saving the world? An eternity of bliss? You ingrate.
Yeah, this is all you could come up with. Thanks.
Fine. Whatever. For the first time since time stopped meaning anything, you throw open the door to the basement and walk down the stairs. The princess's body is dust and bones, though the blade you used to slay her is still as pristine as the day you first held it. You pick up the blade, you stab yourself, and you die. The end. Nice knowing you.
He's so bitter about it. The Spectre.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Proceed to the cabin. Let's do this. We're just
Oh,
going
yeah.
all in.
Before you go any further, she will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says.
She won't be a problem.
Oh, we got cold. Proceed into the cabin.
The interior of the cabin is cold, a soft odor of dirt permeating the air. Cobwebs flutter in the corners. You can hear wind whistling outside, banging the shutters against the windows. The only furniture of note is an elegant antique table with a pristine blade perched on the edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. It feels like no one's been here for a long, long time. Like I've been saying, she's dead. We killed her already.
Take the blade.
You take the blade from the table. It will be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon.
Enter the basement.
The door to the basement groans open, revealing an old banister and a creaky wooden stairwell. Everything is coated in a thick layer of dust, and you can feel it settle into your lungs as you breathe in the stale air. The very building itself feels dead. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor.
I love how he always tries to sell you that line.
The room below is silent. Nobody's here. Naturally. As much as I appreciate the optimism, you shouldn't be so sure. I guess we'll just have to go down and see. As you descend the final step, the form of the princess comes into view. A skeletal body lying in a heap on the floor, its wrist still bound to the wall by a thick chain. Okay, she's definitely dead.
She's definitely dead.
It's just like I told you. Before you have a chance to finish your thought, the top of a head appears from underneath the floor. Two deep-set eyes stare up at you, followed by a mischievous, skeletal grin. And finally, the rest of the body floats up to join the head. Wait, this isn't right. What's going on here? Ghost!
That's what you're wigged out about, hero? Really? The ghost?
Oh. Wow. How absolutely terrifying. What's a ghost supposed to do to us?
Oh, it's you. Hiya, Keller. I was hoping to see you again. I have some issues with how our last meeting went.
Right, I bet you do.
The princess drifts across the room into your orbit, gently running her fingers across your shoulders and down your neck as she circles you. Her touch is cold and ethereal, formless yet real enough that her icy fingertips send shivers dancing across your skin. So she has a body, and she's right there. That means we could kill her again.
Oh
we
no,
wanted
right?
to.
This is like wild and crazy. Slay the princess.
Without a moment's hesitation, you lash out with your blade. It's like you're slashing at air. No matter how many times you stab at her, no matter how many angles you strike from, all you manage to do is interrupt her form, the skin of your hand prickling with cold as it passes through, unable to find anything solid.
Is she seducing us? I think she's trying. Oi! Why slay again? Oh, we're definitely going the whole full slay route. We're gonna see where that takes us.
You're adorable when you're confused.
But I didn't say you could touch me.
Oh, now she's angry.
Why are you even here? Just making sure you finish the job, or what?
Yes. Slay the princess harder.
This path is already worn by travel, and has been seen by one of my many eyes. You cannot walk it again. Change your course.
Wait, what?
Okay, team, I'm out of ideas. Thoughts?
She might be making it hard for us to kill her body.
But those bones look very, very real. Maybe breaking them breaks her.
Yeah, time to change
Or
strategy.
maybe burying them would put her to rest. Don't take any piece of her outside of this cabin. Maybe you should stop looking for loopholes and try harder to actually slay her.
Hey, we did what you told us to,
But we
sort
are
of.
trying.
I died too, and I'm not floating around like you are. What happened? Why am I different? Why are you different?
You don't look dead, killer.
The princess grabs your wrist, a sudden shock of cold flowing all the way up your arm, her eyes still fixed on yours as you try to squirm out of her grip.
And you don't feel dead either.
She lets go and pulls away. Your fingertips tingle painfully as the chill subsides.
Water in the face, oh! Thank you, Wolf.
I'm less interested in why you are, or how you are, and a lot more interested in what you are. I've tried to leave on my own. Before you came back to me, I explored every inch of this place, even the spaces between the walls. But I never found a way out. I always wound up right back here. I just want to go home. I'm so cold and alone here. But you can come and go as you please, can't you? So, let me hitch a ride. After all, you owe me.
It's fine.
Absolutely not. Is she asking if she can possess us? She is. And I hope I don't need to explain why you can't let that happen. It would be catastrophic if she managed to escape this place. And if you let her in, there is very little anyone could do to stop her.
Yes, she can. Yeah, I think it's going that route, whether we want it to or not.
Would she be able to see us if we went along with it?
Now, isn't that an interesting thought? We could finally bring her face to face with him. I wonder what she would have to say to the one who wants her dead so badly.
You won't like how things play out if you go down this path.
Yeah, it looks like we're gonna have to go the, possession route here. Alright. Let the princess possess me.
The princess swims through the air in front of you, pausing for a brief moment as her dark-rimmed eyes stare deeply into yours. There's a hunger in her gaze.
Thanks for the body, killer.
What are you doing? Don't just let her in. How many times do I have to tell you?
See you soon.
She rushes forward and then she's gone. A sharp chill spreads across your body. It starts in your chest, a freezing numbness flowing out from your heart all the way down your limbs, your mind growing cloudy and confused as it settles over your very soul. I'm not sure I like this. Can we get a do-over?
Poor hero.
I'm afraid it's too late to stop now. The numbness gives way to a stabbing pain, your muscles twitching and convulsing violently, each involuntary movement causing more waves of agony to ripple across your body.
Oh, so that's great.
You collapse to the floor, and everything goes dark.
Get up. You've still got a job to do.
Your eyes flick back open as you get your bearings, your vision swimming as...
So this is what it's like to be you, huh? Disembodied voice narrating your every move?
Yeah, it's kind of annoying sometimes.
So, it doesn't work like that for you? Clearly it doesn't, or she wouldn't have commented on it.
All these shards of broken glass on the floor? Are they also supposed to be you?
Hey, I'm not a shard of broken glass.
Yeah? Go on. Finish the thought. What are you?
I'm a voice? I'm me, is what I am.
Who cares what we are? We exist. That's all that matters.
Do you have to deal with this annoying bickering all the time?
Yep.
No, it matters. What we are matters. If I'm a shard of broken glass, then that raises some questions about certain other voices in here too.
Yep, it does. It's entirely possible that the narrator's voice is just another aspect of us.
I'm clearly the same thing you are.
Hopefully they'll all go away once we leave this place. I don't know how you can tolerate all of this noise.
No, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about him. You don't need to know what I am. You just need to know that I'm different from you. More important.
Surely.
So you're the one who pulled the strings and made me dead. I can tell you don't belong here. You're barely even there, like the shape of something left behind. You're more of a memory than a person.
Interesting.
That's rude.
You're kind of like me, actually.
I'm just going to ignore her. You push yourself off the ground. The princess is nowhere to be seen.
Obvious.
Because I'm in here with all of you. Everybody knows that.
I'm setting the stage. The room is empty because you made a spiteful, idiotic, and all-round foolish decision.
Oh, shut up. Stop trying to manipulate everyone.
Yeah.
Or don't, actually. It doesn't really matter. Because you won't be around to do this for much longer.
This is infuriating. Just whatever you do, you can't leave this place. It's not too late to fix this. Probably.
Alright, we're gonna slay the princess.
Isn't that an interesting idea?
I hadn't even considered it as an option. Slaying her would slay you. Are you sure you're willing to do that?
Of course we're sure. The decision has already been made.
All right then. Better this than ferrying her out of here.
What do you think you're doing?
Hear that? She's scared. No point wasting more time.
Do it. You lift the blade, then plunge it deep into your guts. Pain spreads quickly through your torso as you attempt to turn its edge up towards your heart.
No!
Princess, her spirit bound to your prison of flesh as she had once been bound to the basement's prison of stone, cries out in agony as you slice through organ and muscle. Your skin roils and bucks as she violently pushes against it from the inside. Bits of her seep through, white and glowing with ethereal light, but still the walls of your prison hold.
Is this really what you wanted? Do you hate me so much that you would kill yourself just to deny me freedom?
Yes, he would, because he knows what's at stake, and he knows what will happen if you leave this place.
I'm not so sure about all of that.
Right?
Don't be modest. You're a hero.
Do you think I'm just going to stick around while you die? Hell no, I'm leaving.
You can try if you want, but I think this is an end for all of us.
Let me out, let me out, let me out, let me out!
The princess's form continues struggling to pull itself out of you, but the effort is in vain. You collapse to your knees. Your vision blurs, then starts to fade.
That's a really nice effect.
And then what happens?
Well, then we're back here.
I think he's gone. Just like everything else.
Are we dead?
Yes.
I don't know. I don't think so. This is different than it was last time.
As the voices in your head debate amongst themselves, the form of the princess crawls from your body and into the vast nothing surrounding you.
Do you think we're done? Do you?
Yes. You do not get the chance to respond, nor will you ever. It's time to leave. Memory returns.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And is that a mirror? Why is it here? Why now?
And he always has the same response. Approach the mirror. You approach the mirror. Gaze into your reflection. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave, but you need to see what's in it. You've withered. Oh, I don't look so healthy at all. I look like I got, like, snot on me. You find yourself in the long quiet once again. Proceed to the cabin. You're at the cabin. Approach her.
I am a growing chorus of contradiction. A mass of tides ebbing and flowing all at once in more directions than my attention can bear to hold. To look at any one is to shift them all into something new, and to look away is to reshape them yet again. All of me is changing, and yet the rest of me is still the same.
You can't be a contradiction. Contradictions don't exist. Yeah, heh the X. X marks the spot right where I stabbed her ruthlessly.
And yet my waters flow and my streets bustle. There are no words that can describe me into non-existence. There is no logic that can bind my multitudes. I am everything that you have known me to be, but I am also none of it.
How can you stand to be a contradiction?
As easily as you can stand to be you. You are like me, even if you have chosen not to look at the corners of you that do not fit, even if you have chosen to ignore the brilliant contours of your soul.
What do you think of this vessel?
This one is vaporous. She is a dream for a life she could never have. But that longing has given her so much capacity for kindness. She will make for an understanding heart. Do not mourn her. She will finally be able to hold what she never knew.
It doesn't matter how many times I go back. So basically, you can, I think, keep playing through as many times as you want, but at some point you have to decide to either attack her or attack yourself. So let's see what happens if we don't go back. You raise your will to end your life, but as it buries into the space your body should be, you feel nothing at all. One of the many hands in front of you reaches forward and gently touches the side of your face.
There's nowhere for you to be but here.
Interesting. And if we try to attack her, your will cuts across the entity in front of you, but nothing happens.
My roots burrow in an ocean beyond your sight. We cannot harm each other as we are now.
Interesting. So you have to keep going through. So what makes the game end? Doesn't matter how many times I go back, at least one of us always hurts the other. Doesn't that change you? Doesn't that make you worse?
It changes me, but it doesn't make me worse, nor does it make me care for you any less. Does it make you worse? Do you resent me?
Sealed, I say. My lips are sealed. Well, I appreciate that, Wolf. I wasn't really asking. No, not really. It all seems so distant as soon as I am near you.
It does seem small from here, and the more we journey, the smaller each of those steps will be. But that doesn't make any of them less special.
I am still planning to kill you once we are done with this.
If that remains your choice when all is said and done, then you may try. I will regret destroying you if that is what we come to.
AKA, I will defend myself! Do you know what happens to the worlds we leave behind?
My perspectives are shadowed. You have seen what I have seen, just as I have seen what you have seen. The angles of my vantage do not offer me hidden truths, and my attention is turned inward, except when you are here with me. Perhaps this will change when our work is done.
Have you figured out what you'll want when we're finished?
The desires of my multitude thrive in endless competition with themselves, but none of them rise above their dance to influence me. I yearn for what I have always yearned for, my awakening. Other desires shrink in the light of self-knowledge.
Do you still not care what I bring you next?
I care about your gifts, but I have no preferences. You have your responsibilities, and I have mine.
So you don't have any preferences on how you'd like to change or grow?
The tides do not dictate where they are pulled. A river does not dictate its outlets. My gift to you is to let you choose your path, and my task is to contemplate the gifts you bring me.
How many more vessels do I need to bring you?
We will know when we near our destination.
Will we? I'm ready to go back!
I will be here when it is time for us to meet again.
So intense.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Have you considered that maybe the only reason she's going to the end of the world is because she's locked up?
While I appreciate the mental exercise, we are running up against a bit of a ticking clock. Nevertheless, let me assure you, the princess is locked up because she's dangerous. She is not dangerous because she's locked up. And before you decide to waste even more of our time by asking how I know that, let me suggest a more pragmatic lens through which to view this situation. Causality doesn't matter here, because the end result is the same no matter what led us up to this point. If the princess leaves the cabin, the world will end, and there is no changing that. It's no use arguing semantics over a metaphorical chicken or egg, because the egg is hatched and it's about to ruin everything. Unless, of course, you do your job and slay her.
I mean, we've never tried to turn around and leave. Let's see what happens then.
Seriously? You're just going to turn around and leave? Do you even know where you're going?
Nope.
Fine. I suppose you just quietly continue down the path away from the cabin.
Good. What we're being asked to do here is wrong. Better to wash our hands of this whole situation than to take part in it.
Ignore that annoying little voice. He doesn't know what he's talking about. That's strange. It looks like this path also leads to the cabin. How convenient. Everything's back on track again. Maybe the world can still be saved after all.
I never, like, outright just said I'm not going into the cabin at all. I don't know. I don't know what we're gonna do next. Turn around again and leave again.
Really keen on wasting everyone's time, aren't you? It's remarkably selfish, if you ask me. I've already outlined the stakes of the situation. If you don't do your job, everyone dies. Like, dies. Forever.
Not emotionally blackmailing into doing this.
Stakes and consequences aren't emotional blackmail. They're facts of life, and if you had an ounce of maturity, you'd understand that. But fine, you turn around and trek back down the path you came. Oh, would you look at that? Again. Now, I'm not normally one for superstition or astrology, but I have to say, it seems like the universe itself is doing its best to bring you to your fated confrontation with the princess.
No, it seems like you are, narrator. You slimy bastard. Oh yeah, well I guess I start walking in a different direction. Again, in fact, I'm going to just keep trekking through the wilderness until I find a way out of this place.
There's always a choice. Let me tell you right now that you're making the wrong one for pretty much everyone who has ever lived, as well as for everyone who ever will. And here we go. As you trudge into the woods, something strange starts to happen. At first, it's little flickers out of the corner of your eyes. Glimpses of familiar wooden structures through the leaves. But as you focus on your surroundings, you start to realize that those flickers weren't just a trick of light.
Interesting.
In every direction, there is a path and a cabin. And not just a cabin, the cabin. An infinite fractal of paths and cabins desperately trying to draw you back to where you need to be.
Alright!
Wait, what's going on?
But you're too stubborn for that, aren't you? It doesn't matter how many paths or cabins appear around you, you're just going to do whatever you can to shirk your responsibility because you care more about irritating me than you do about the fate of the world. You've doomed us all, you know that, right? But of course you do. Otherwise you wouldn't just wander off into the forest in search of certain death. You lose track of just how long you spend aimlessly tromping through the wilderness. But it's not like any of that time spent lost in the woods really matters, because it isn't long before the world ends and everyone dies.
I didn't
You're
think it
on
was gonna
path
actually
in
let
the
me
woods.
avoid it!
And at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
If I can't run away from the cabin, then I'm just staying here in the woods forever. Stay in the woods forever. Lie? Look at the giant wall. Yeah, there's like a something up there. It's like the cabin grew into a, I don't know, skyscraper or something. Oh, you bastard. You're in for it now. I'm wise to your tricks.
My tricks? What on earth are you talking about? We've just met for the first time.
If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way.
I don't know. I think it's more fun if he knows what we're thinking. He's like a captive audience.
The voice of the contrarian.
The entire world ending wasn't enough to get rid of us. I don't think there's much he can do other than object. I wonder what else we can do to ruin his day.
Spicy!
If by ruining my day, you mean ruining everyone's day forever, then yes, I suppose there are plenty of ways you could pull that off.
The world really did end last time, didn't it? We should be careful. For all we know, we just got lucky.
The world hasn't ended yet,
And you are never going to slay her with that attitude. Stuff those pathetic little voices to the back of your mind and stay focused on the task ahead.
If I can't run away from the cabin, then I'm just staying here in the woods forever. Stay in the woods forever.
You have already committed to my completion. You cannot go further astray.
I love it when she intervenes. Yep, okay, heading to the cabin now, where I'm definitely going to slay that princess.
You know I can tell when you're lying, right? Please take this seriously. I am begging you. A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says.
Okay, so I thought the wall was just that the cabin became a huge building. It's just that it became a wall around it, okay? I'm like, walled in, it's fine. Yeah, he's always begging.
If we're stuck going in there, maybe we should believe her. Maybe she isn't a liar. Ignore him. He's just being difficult for the sake of it.
Yes, he is.
Let's keep an open mind.
Indeed, you are trapped. That is in fact the case. Proceed into the cabin.
The cabin interior is wrong. A confusing patchwork of many cabin interiors, all projected across what's almost the same space. But it's all shifted. An inch here, a foot there, such that the seams are never quite visible enough for the place to make any sense.
Ah, interesting. Water in the face, hole! Thank you, Wolf. We broke it.
The only furniture of note is a plain table, its legs all the wrong lengths, its material devoid of feature. Perched on that table is a pristine blade. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. If he wants us to take it, maybe we should just leave it to collect dust, or better yet, grab it and throw it out the window. What good is a knife against a world-ending monstrosity anyway?
Truth.
No, we're taking the knife. Have you seen this place? We have literally no idea what to expect and no idea what we're dealing with. I've already told you what you're dealing with. You're dealing with a princess.
Yes,
How
a
many
princess.
times do I have to explain this incredibly simple and straightforward premise? You can't just say that. But when everything here is so wrong.
Yes, he can.
Listen to me. My job is to describe facts as facts and to guide you through your job, which is to slay the princess and through that action, save the entire world. And if you're going to slay her, you cannot let fear creep into your heart. You cannot lose yourself before you even get to her. Oh, ho, ho, ho! You've piqued my interest. What's going to happen if we lose ourselves? Nothing, because you're going to pull yourself together. Just ignore the stressful geometry and stay calm. How? Even if we closed our eyes, you're constantly describing it to us.
Right?
I'm not going to stop doing my job, so you're just going to have to get better at yours. And quickly, if you don't mind. Yes, take a deep breath. I'm all for getting under his skin, but we'll miss out on loads of fun if we shrivel up into a ball and go insane the first time we see something weird. What you're seeing here is obviously real. Just accept it and go with the flow. It really isn't hard. Okay, I'm fine. Good. Now, whenever you're ready, we're all waiting for you to complete a very important task.
Explorer didn't say anything about the mirror on the wall. Approach the mirror, take the blade.
You take the blade from the table. It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon. Okay, fine, you took the knife, but you really shouldn't hold it like that. Then how are we supposed to hold it?
He suggested I could throw it out the window. I was hoping I could.
The other way, thumb at the bottom. Will look much cooler and more serious if we hold it with our thumb at the bottom. It really doesn't matter how you hold the blade, as long as you have it. Just make a choice.
Hold the blade the other way.
You switch your grip on the blade. Congratulations. Yes! Isn't this so much better?
Yeah, definitely so much better, clearly.
Okay, fine. You're right. This does look a lot better. It really doesn't matter. Just get on with it and deal with the princess already.
Throw the blade out the window. Yes, I can do it!
Yes, do it.
Seriously. Throw the blade at the window, glass showering the cabin as your weapon flies out into the night. I suppose you'll just have to deal with the princess without it.
We'll be fine. Don't worry about it. What's the worst that could happen? The world ends. Been there, done that.
I'm not so sure. This place is already messing with my head. It would be much better if we had a weapon.
What's done is done. Good luck, hero.
You didn't say anything about the mirror on the wall.
We should look at ourselves. Wouldn't that be fun?
I'm sure it'd be fabulous. You won't be looking at yourself because there isn't a mirror, there's the table, the door, the basement, there's nothing else in here.
There's definitely a mirror. There isn't. You insisting it isn't there just makes me want to look at it even more.
I also want to look at myself. I want to see how handsome I am.
We shouldn't waste time preening. But if he is lying about the mirror, it might be important.
I'm not lying to you. Use your eyes. There is no mirror. Why would I lie about something so meaningless? What good would it even do?
I really wonder if he can't see the mirror, because the mirror seems to represent, like, the princess herself.
So we're all in agreement then. We're looking.
Approach the mirror.
You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here.
This really isn't funny.
Wipe the mirror clean.
You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now.
But it was there a second ago.
And now it's gone. You know that taking the mirror away from us isn't going to change things, right? We'll find it again, and then we'll see whatever it is that you don't want us to see.
I wonder if it is the
door to the
narrator
basement
who
creaks
takes
open,
it.
revealing a web of branching staircases all built from unidentifiable materials. Nothing here seems to belong, and the closer you examine your surroundings, the more confused you get, your head throbbing with the effort of making sense of this place. None of the stairs even seem to go anywhere, let alone down. The air here has a sickening, almost sludge-like miasma to it, the kind of indiscernible quality that comes from the blending together of every scent there is at once. An odor that is
That sounds
simultaneously everything and yet the sum of it all coalescing into a thick, nauseating nothing. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a
Of
favor.
course it is.
Her voice, a disquieting collage of tone and personality, drags up the stairs.
Hello? Hi. What are you doing here? Are you here to kill?
No, thank you. Oh, don't be such a baby.
I don't want to do this. Let's just turn around and leave. This feels wrong. This feels like a trap. Like whatever we do, we're gonna die. We don't even have a weapon.
No.
But we already tried turning around and leaving, didn't we? And he threw up a wall. No way to go but forward. And whatever choice we make, whatever she is, we know one thing for sure.
And what's that? That the fate of the world hinges on your success?
There'll still be plenty of ways to ruin his day.
Take the harsh stairs to the left, take the center staircase, take the soft stairs to the right. Let's take the center.
You step onto the center staircase. Paths wind out around you in all directions, each step branching into its own staircases, which branch into their own staircases, and so on. You aren't quite sure if yours is taking you up or down, but at the very least, it's taking you somewhere. You concentrate on where you are, careful not to stray onto any of the many splitting branches that tempt you on all sides. You wouldn't want to have to backtrack to yours once you'd made a decision that took you someplace else. And so you take one careful, focused step after another,
1 foot down, another foot down, another after that. You lose yourself in following the correct pattern, in following what looks to be the true path, the one that cuts straight down, or up, or maybe sideways. But no matter the direction it goes, it certainly is the most true path. You know that much.
It must be.
You slowly lose sense of yourself the further you go. Time disappears, and you can feel yourself begin to untether.
Oh, that's
Physical
awkward.
sensations dull and then vanish, until the only things experienced are the endless repeating patterns and emotions of the journey, a continuous march forward to a destination long forgotten. Consumption and betrayal, skepticism and blind devotion, rivalry and submission, terror and longing, pain and unfamiliarity. And at the heart of it all, an emotion that can only be described as... What the hell was that? What happened to us?
I feel so strange. Like I'm fundamentally different, but also still the same person I was at the top of the stairs. Oh well, that was a trip, but now it's over. Time to get back to our old devilish ways.
The princess, eyes bright but otherwise shrouded in darkness, watches you impatiently from the other side of the basement. Don't forget why you're here.
And why are we here again? In case you weren't listening, I'm afraid I lost myself on the way down.
You're here to... He's just being an ass. We remember. Though I'm still not sure if we should trust you. Let's talk to her for a bit, try and get our bearings. She seems normal.
For all I know, you're locked up down here for a reason. Do you know why you're down here?
Is this a quiz? If you're here, then surely you know why I'm here.
But you know, right? You have to know. You're the only other person I've ever seen. Or at least the only one I can remember. Don't give me false hope. Please just end this already. One way or another, just do it.
As the princess speaks again, it's almost as if she fractures. And where there was once just one of her, there is now another.
Awkward.
We can do that?
I don't like this. It's those cabins all over again. Can we put her back?
Can we put her back?
You said you'd been here before, right? What exactly happened last time? Does it matter? Yes, it matters. But I'm not going to waste any more time prying out details if you're going to be so irritating about it. It seems to me like you saw something you weren't supposed to have seen. If only you'd listened to whatever words of wisdom you were given in that other reality. But what's done is done, isn't it? Whatever you saw last time, unsee it. Whatever thoughts weaseled their way into your head, unthink them. If it's not already too late. You have a job to do here, and you need to do it now. Ooh, new plan. Let's see if we can make even more of her.
Getting down here was weird. Like, I was pulled apart and put back together again. Do you know what happened to me?
I don't remember what it was like before I was in this place. Why would I know what happened to you? Oh, I thought they would send something better to deal with me. If the stairs managed to chew you up,
I will devour you. We're probably stuck down here forever, aren't we? There's no way out, and barely a way in.
There's more of you now.
There must be something wrong with you. I'm the same as I was a moment ago.
I don't feel like I've gotten any bigger.
It must be fear creeping into your heart.
You know you can't stop me.
We're not the unthinking type, right?
And what's that supposed to mean? Are you trying to get under my skin?
She fractures again. I don't like where this is going.
Neither do I. Which is why you need to slay her now before things get more complicated than they already are.
How would we even do that? Where would we start?
Stabby stab stab, I guess, right?
You always start by retrieving the blade.
The one he made us throw out the window?
I wasn't the one who threw it.
Oh, come on, you told us to. Don't try to pass the blame now that it's come back to bite us.
Well, if I'd known we'd be dealing with this, maybe I wouldn't have been so hasty with my suggestions. Okay, this was fun for a bit, but we can't even really interact with her, can we? What's the point of asking questions if all we're going to get is a million answers?
Can't even follow what's going on anymore.
We need to get out of here. This whole place is making me itch.
What's your name?
Princess. You can address me as Your Royal Highness, or Her Majesty. Any honorific should do, really. It doesn't matter. I've been down here for so long. What's the point of a name if there's no one around to use it? No, I don't need a name.
My name is whatever hushed whispers follow in the wake of my devastation.
Oh.
None of them have names. How astute. I told you she was untrustworthy.
I don't think I can answer that question in a way you'd find meaningful. I just want to live my life. I'm not going to dance for you. Besides,
You already know what I'm going to do.
if you want to put an end to me, then put an end to me.
Not a single real answer. At least aside from Miss Blood and Destruction. It's infuriating, isn't it? Whose buttons are there for us to press? Whose skin is there for us to get under?
Not exactly how I'd put it, but I don't disagree. There must be something we can do. Asking questions just seems to make things worse.
This is reaching its breaking point. If you don't act now, there will be nothing in here but her. Take a deep breath and focus up. You can do this.
But how do we decide what to do? Can there even be a right choice when all of them are so different?
Stop overthinking it. Your drifting thoughts have clearly been part of the reason this situation has gotten out of hand. If you're trying to do the right thing, there's only ever been the one option, and that option is slaying her. Just do something. Do anything. Do all of it, if that's what you want. This place is hell, and it's only getting worse. Wait, that's not right. Go on. You take a step forward. Your foot lands, but it lands different. You experience a firm footfall, a gentle tread, a confident stride. You can feel yourself rupture. The room spins, your perception multiplying in a sickening kaleidoscope as your very self is pulled in incomprehensibly many directions. You find the blade suddenly in your hands. All at once you use it to strike at her bindings as you remain upstairs and slay her and leave her to languish alone. Is this what the end of the world looks like? What an unbearable mess. But this... we can't... Do you not have anything witty to say? I could use a good bit of wit right now.
Right?
No, I don't, because this isn't fun. How are we supposed to have fun if everything is happening at the same time? It's the same as nothing happening, and nothing is excruciating.
Right?
Luckily for all, nothing and everything doesn't go on forever. The world and the princess collapse in on themselves before it all falls apart.
No.
I think he's gone. We were never going to salvage this, were we?
What happened to us? What are we? There are parts of us that are dead, and others, they just don't fit. We can feel them moving around in spaces they don't belong. It's all so uncomfortable.
Well, that's probably the creepiest. If you could have free meals for life at one fast food chain, which one would you choose? Honor Wolf says Burger King. I would probably also choose Burger King, because when I go to fast food, it's usually I get Burger King's, I don't remember the name of the burger. Miss Rush always gets it for me, but it's the one that's not really beef, because I can't eat beef, but I still like burgers, so yeah, there's that. And they have a really good pretend burger that tastes like a burger, so yay! It would probably be them. I agree. Good choice, Wolf. And they have really good french fries, too. Oh, also, if it shuts down, you pick a new one so you don't just lose it? Oh, okay.
Did you do this? Did we do this? Can you pull us back apart? Can you fix us?
We should help her. I think we did this.
This is kind of creepy.
You're surprisingly sincere. I didn't actually think our actions had consequences.
Yeah, consequences.
It's a little late for regret, isn't it?
How do you help this, right? The Impossible Burger. Yeah, that's the one. I can never remember what it's called.
Please.
Alright. But you'll never know if she hears your silence. She's gone. Memory returns.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her?
You worked at BK? Gotcha.
And there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now?
Approach the mirror. You approach the mirror. Gaze into your reflection. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave, but you need to see what's in it. You've unraveled. You find yourself in the long quiet once again. Proceed to the cabin. You are at the cabin. Approach her.
There's a world beyond the endless walls of the long quiet. We're supposed to be there. Do you know what we'll find out there?
Is that a rhetorical question? Do you know? Do you want to tell me?
Rhetorical. I am not rhetorical. I have only known these spaces, and I have known flickers of the lives you've brought me, short and violent and full of passion. But all of those flickers end where the long quiet begins.
Oh, Panda, you worked at Wendy's for a bit during college. I've never worked at a fast food restaurant. The closest that I've come is that I worked at, while I was in college, I worked at one of the commissaries.
I'm asking you because I cannot know your mind. Do you know what we'll find out there?
There's trees and stars and there are people, I think. At least there's supposed to be people.
There is a warmth and sadness in me at the thought of people. Fresh tears on a winter's day. They are not like us. They do not last.
Do you think that anything is real out there? Do you think that we're real?
We are real. Nothing is an idea that dwells in the absence of something. But nothing cannot exist on its own. And because of that, nothing can't exist.
Do you have thoughts on this vessel?
These ones are a contradiction, a winding kaleidoscope of paths and wall. They are stretched into a shape not unlike me, but it is a shape they cannot hold. They will make for a rich and vibrant heart. Do not mourn them, for they will finally get to know themselves.
Do you know what's going to happen when you awaken?
No, the point of awakening is to find out.
When you send me back, I'm not alone. There are voices that speak to me. Some of them are me, but one of them is something else. I call him the narrator, and he wants me to kill you. Do you have a narrator? Have the vessels had one?
No, their thoughts are quiet. Do you think your narrator lives in the spaces beyond?
He does. I don't know why, but I know this for a fact.
I am on the cusp of my awakening. Perhaps you are on the cusp of yours.
If this is the last stage before your completion, then I'm not going back. I'm just gonna stay here.
You've already tried waiting, but I understand if you need more time. I'll wait with you.
There's no waiting forever. How many more vessels do I need to bring to you?
1. Whatever you bring me next will be enough, and then gravity will pull the others back to me. I will be singular, a final multitude.
If this is the last time, is there anything you would like me to bring you?
These gifts are a conversation, and each one shows me the contours of your heart. The only thing I want to see is what you choose for me when the thread is fully drawn.
I'm ready to go back.
The next time I see you, each of us will finally know what we are. I will be here, waiting for you.
What? So brutal, so brutal. And then we're back
You're
here.
on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
I don't know what we haven't done yet. Okay, thanks for telling me what to do.
Don't mention it. It's all part of the job. You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within.
Proceed into the cabin. Interesting that he doesn't, like, warn me.
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade.
Oh, I definitely get the sense that this game is enormous and that I haven't remotely, like, gotten everything. But the problem is that I don't have a really super great memory, so I've already lost track of, like, which options I've chosen before, is what I mean. Like, I don't remember which paths we picked that we got where we got. It's like, oh no, what did I do before?
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Enter the basement.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor.
Of course it is.
Her voice softly carries up the stairs.
Hello? Is someone there?
It's hypnotizing. It's the kind of voice you only have to hear once to remember it for the rest of your life.
Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation. You're playing a dangerous game by coming here unarmed.
Can we save her again?
How many times do I have to tell you how dangerous letting her out of here would be before it finally sinks in?
Wait, really? You're here to rescue me? I was starting to think I'd be stuck down here forever.
What is my favorite type of food? Example, Mexican, Chinese, Indian, etc. Japanese food.
Come downstairs. I want to see the face of my rescuer.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
She's beautiful. How could someone like this be a threat to anyone?
I am begging you to stay focused. There's a lot riding on you here.
Hi. I can't believe you're here. I've been waiting for something like this to happen forever.
Forever.
I hope you brought something to deal with these chains.
No.
Don't do it. If she gets out of those chains, we're all one step closer to the end.
I'll see what I can do.
You're only making this more difficult.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're making a huge mistake.
No, you're doing the right thing.
Yeah, hero.
You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall and give them a tug. They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
I'm guessing you don't have the key?
Nope. No key.
Maybe it's somewhere upstairs. Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away down here intended for her to never see the light of day. They wouldn't have just left the key to her chains somewhere in the cabin.
I'm gonna check upstairs. Maybe the key's still lying around somewhere up there, and if not, maybe I can at least find something to break you free.
Okay. I'll be here. Good luck.
You attempt to make your way out of the basement, but the door at the top of the stairs slams shut. You hear the click of a lock sliding into place.
Rude.
Is someone else here?
You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier if you'd just taken the blade like you were supposed to.
Well, you know.
Easier for whom?
Exactly.
Easier for everyone. Look at the mess you're in.
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they?
Yeah.
There's a slight panic rising in the princess's voice.
If I could just get out of these chains, I know we could force our way out of here together.
She barely
Ugh,
hesitates before
that's
raising
still
her
brutal.
arm to her mouth, her teeth tearing through her limb with the determination of a trapped wolf. As she rips her flesh from her bone, a sound comes from behind you, the clang of bouncing metal. It's the blade from upstairs. You're not sure how it made its way down here, but if there's a time to strike, it's now. Or we could use it to free her. You won't like what happens if you do that.
Well, when you're hungry, yeah, you just get a little peckish. It's all about snacks. Snacks. We like the snacks and stuff.
Fine. Against your better judgment, you place the blade against the ragged, self-inflicted wound on the princess's arm, just above the unyielding chain binding her to this place. You cut into her flesh.
The blade is sharp, and it takes little effort to crack through the bone of her arm.
Her limb falls to the ground, and the heavy chains follow suit. She didn't so much as utter a sound through the whole ordeal.
It's interesting where it lets me repeat things and where it doesn't.
No, she didn't. She smiles softly as her gaze meets yours, blood from her wounded arm dripping rhythmically to the ground. How is she still smiling after everything? It's like she isn't even bothered by what just happened.
Yeah, I know. She just totally dropped that snack like it was nothing. I mean, it's the only snack we have in here.
Thank you. Now let's get out of here.
No, we won't have any of that. The stakes are too high. You can't just let her escape into the world. No, I can't just let her escape into the world. As the princess approaches the bottom stair, your body steps forward and raises the blade.
Wait, this isn't fair. You can't just do that.
Watch me.
What are you doing?
Alright, let's see what happens
Okay,
here.
there's no going back now. I'm with you to the end.
You bring the blade down to strike at the princess's heart. But she's fast. She ducks to the floor, your blade narrowly grazing her backside. Slaying her won't be easy now that she's free.
We could have gotten out of here together. Were you just lying to me this whole time?
What is my opinion on the use of artificial sweeteners or sugar substitutes? I'm not, for or against. I mean, I think that they come with pros and cons just like sugar does.
I don't know what's come over you, but if I have to kill you, then I'll kill you. Do you think I need both of my arms to do that?
She pounces on you with the same animal ferocity she used to tear through her arm. But you have a weapon. You raise the blade, digging it under her ribs, aiming directly for the heart. It's not enough to stop her. You feel her claws in your throat, then her teeth, somehow sharp enough to pull apart your flesh and sinew with ease. You collapse to the floor, your body unresponsive as your blood pools on the ground beneath you. She stares down at your ravaged form, eyes shining in the darkness, dress stained in red as her blood and yours both seep into the fabric.
Okay.
If we're lucky, the wound you managed to inflict will be enough to at least delay her escape from this place. If we're very lucky, it will kill her before she can reach the outside world.
It can't just end like this, right?
Right?
As much as I'd prefer for things to have gone differently, I can't deny the reality of what's happened. I'm sorry, but it's over. Everything goes dark, and you die.
And we're back. The witch. Okay.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Alright. Let's go meet the witch.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says.
Don't worry. You can trust us to get the job done.
The opportunist.
The interior of the cabin is a mess of twisted roots. The walls a chaotic weave of knotted wood that, almost as if by accident, just happened to resemble a room. The floor is damp and earthy, and the only furniture of note is a slab of mud in the shape of a shelf, with a pristine blade perched on its edge.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
It's like a DM trying to get you to play the story as he wants to, and the player goes, "Nope, this is not a story, right?" Let's go to the
No
basement.
blade. Hope you know what you're getting us into.
Yeah, me too.
It'll always be here if we need it. Sure, that was also true last time and we still died, but we definitely know what we're doing this time.
Sure.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase dug into the muddy earth below. The ceiling is thick with roots that hang like locks of tangled hair. The weak starlight from the cabin windows behind you can barely penetrate the gloom here, only illuminating the edges of an opening below. It shines in the darkness like some kind of massive maw waiting to swallow you up into the earth. The air smells of dirt and copper. It's thick and wet, as if your lungs
Wow.
are being coated in mud with each intake of breath. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor.
Of course.
Her voice skitters up from below.
Skitters, even.
Something nasty finds itself on my stairs. Come on down. Don't be scared. I probably won't bite. Silence, I see. Don't think I've forgotten about you. I recognized the sound of your nervous little footsteps as soon as they came into my home. I know who you are, and I remember what you've done.
All right.
She must have you confused with someone else. She seems friendly enough. Maybe we can talk our way out of this whole situation.
Right.
You can't. Unless you slay her right away, she's going to break free and end the world. There's no reasoning with what she is. Look, I'm just throwing ideas out there. I like to think out loud. I'm the kind of guy who likes a discussion. Don't we want to hear what everyone has to say before making any big decisions?
Right.
Do you want to hear what everyone has to say? Or do you just want to hear yourself talk? You need to stop lingering. Your task is to slay the princess, not endlessly debate about what to do with the princess. Fine, fine. You're the boss. Thank you. You descend the basement steps, entering the dark room below.
You can just make out the shape of the princess in the gloom. She's huddled against the far wall, her eyes bright and glaring from amid the thick roots.
And there you are, once again seeming to offer a helping hand while likely hiding the other behind your back. Fine, I'll play along for now. What do you want?
She's acting like the two of you already know each other.
Well, you know.
Oh, no. You've already been here, haven't you? That's pretty sharp. How'd you figure that one out? Call it deductive reasoning.
Well, you seem to be great at it.
Do you remember us then? Do you remember last time? No, I don't. But you and the princess clearly have a shared reality, even if I'm not a part of it. I won't waste time fighting you on something that's clearly true. I'm just glad we could put all this behind us.
Yeah, totally. Behind us.
Is it all behind us?
Sure.
Just focus on the task at hand. I don't care if you've been here before, and I don't care if you think you'll go somewhere else after this. My world is on the line right now, so I'd appreciate it if you would take this seriously and slay her. Let's chat her up a bit first. Maybe we can find a middle ground where everyone's happy.
Right, yeah.
Don't talk to her. You're just going to make things more difficult than they have to be.
Well, I seem to remember you having a tongue.
I'm sorry about last time.
Smart. Let's apologize. Get us back on the right foot.
Oh, you're sorry. Isn't that nice? You're such a gracious little monster. If you're sorry, then let me out of here. Prove it.
Get the sense that you're not happy with me. Look, I know, things got messy last time, but I think there's something bigger than both of us at work. We should team up.
I suppose you didn't come into my hovel of your own accord, did you? All right. I suppose I could team up. I need a way out after all, and unfortunately, you're the only one I have.
Seems to me like she's offering a mutually beneficial arrangement. We should take it.
Yeah, we should take
Do you
it.
know what the word mutually means? Because it sounds to me like she's offering an arrangement that benefits her and her alone.
I didn't bring my blade down, remember? How am I supposed to get you out of those chains?
Oh, I don't need you to cut me out.
The princess grins as the chains fall from her wrist. She could have gotten out of those the whole time. That sneaky little... A woman after my own heart, really. She knows how to hold her cards close to her chest. This is why she can't just be abandoned here. If left to her own devices, she'll find a way out. Now stop her.
Okay, let's leave.
Yes, let's.
She creeps forward, taking one cautious step at a time until you and she are face to face. She never breaks eye contact, even as the two of you find yourselves face to face. She's silent for a long moment, as if testing to see what you'll do now that she's within arm's reach.
After you, darling. You're the one it lets come and go. It's best if I follow.
Oh no, we can't have that. If anyone is going to turn their back on anyone else, she's going to turn her back on us.
He's like, nope.
It shouldn't matter who leads and who follows. We're working together here.
Sort of.
Well, if it doesn't matter, then she can go first. We may be in this together, but that doesn't mean we have to trust her.
Right.
Somebody has to go first, and it might as well be us. We're the ones who broke her trust last time. You're talking a lot about trusting someone who, by her very definition, cannot be trusted. I don't know how many more warnings I have to dole out, but if you help her out of here, you're going to regret it.
You first.
And turn my back on you? Do you think me a fool? Your tricks are one of the only things I've known, and I've learned better by now.
Just go first.
Alright, let's do
That's
this.
right. You're the one who's going first. Don't worry, I'll be right behind you watching every single thing you do.
Hi, Agent. How you doing?
That's exactly what I'm worried about.
Right?
You step onto the stairs and begin your ascent from the basement. The princess follows close on your heels, perhaps even a little closer than you'd like.
Probably.
You're only saying that because you want us to feel nervous.
Right?
I do want those things, but I want them for a good reason. I don't need you to trust me for my sake, because I already know that I'm right. This is for you.
Can we walk backwards up the stairs? I think that's the smarter idea. She can't sneak in and attack if we're facing her.
Right?
No. The stairs are a bunch of overgrown roots. You'll trip and hurt yourself.
But
The princess is silent as you both continue the climb, and, in no time at all, the upstairs of the cabin is within reach.
Isn't Canada just the United States forehead, northern Montana? I mean, I guess.
Isn't that a relief? We're fine. Nothing happened. You're not even going to wait until you're through that door to proudly claim your victory, are you?
Why did you just say that?
I think we know why. You feel something dig into your shoulder, sharp and piercing. The princess clawing at you and pulling you down with her full weight.
Snacks.
Together you tumble back down the uneven stairs, your body and hers crashing against the unyielding wooden roots, until finally you both separate with a bone-shaking thud against the basement floor. You feel something pop.
The princess lands against the far wall, gasping as she struggles to recover from the impact.
Well, that didn't work out for you.
You're still in shock, trying to get a hold of yourself. She grins as you continue to remain exactly where you are, cackling derisively as she watches you realise that you won't be getting up.
Wait, why won't we be getting up?
Turnabout's fair play.
I'm afraid your back is broken. One unlucky fall is all it takes, really, and you had several.
you know what? I'll say it. That sucks. I don't like having a broken back.
We were going to help her. Why? Why did she do that? It's what I would have done.
That's what I would have
Have you
done.
considered not being like that?
Right?
Of course not. It's what keeps us alive.
And she is what we make her.
And yet here we are, paralysed and stuck with someone who hates us in the basement of a remote cabin.
You must have known this was coming. The arrogance of turning your back to me after everything you've done. By our very natures, only one of us could make it upstairs unscathed. Someone had to make the first move. Better me than you.
See, this is why I wanted her to go first. I had this whole little scheme planned, where once she'd passed by the table upstairs, I'd have said, now pick up the blade and stab her in the back. And then you'd say something like, wow, that's an amazing idea that I never saw coming. Thanks for looking out for us. And then you would have done it and we wouldn't be stuck down here with a broken back. There's just one problem with that. And what's that? She was clearly planning to betray us. And if she was in front of us, she would have gotten to the blade first. Ugh, you're right, aren't you? I thought this whole thing was ironclad, but really it was doomed from the start, wasn't it?
The princess's body twitches as she tries to get up.
Yeah, well, there's that.
Ho ho ho! So she's got it as bad as us.
Something inside me is broken. Isn't that a cruel twist of the knife? Isn't that so funny?
She eyes you with intensity, silence falling between you for a long moment as her gaze travels up and down your battered form.
Seems I'm not the only one, though.
Wait, are we both just stuck here?
Yeah. We're just stuck here forever.
Certainly seems that way. What a way to go. But look on the bright side. In all this chaos, you may have actually managed to deliver a lethal wound. The world could be saved after all.
We're going to die together. Isn't that a lovely treat? I wonder how long it'll take. Maybe I'll get to watch the worms lick your bones clean.
Oh, delightful.
Is that really what's going to happen?
Yeah.
Hello? Are you still there? What happens next?
He doesn't respond.
I think he's gone.
Something strange is twisting this place out of shape. I wasn't feeling much of anything, but now I feel cold.
What is my favorite seafood? I like eel a lot. That's probably my favorite. But you don't get the chance to respond, nor will you ever. It's time to leave. Memory returns.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her?
And is that a
Mirror. Why is it here? Why now?
Approach the mirror. It's time to take a look at ourselves. Gaze into your reflection. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave, but you need to see what's in it. You are nothing at all. Oh. But that isn't right. You can't be nothing. You refocus your gaze, and then you see it, a figure, faint and veiled in shadow, just beyond the reflection. Are you me?
I think you know what I am.
A crack slides down the center of the mirror, splitting the image in the glass in two. And then another crack forms and another, turning the mirror into jagged stars of broken glass. And then another... So you're the narrator. I was wondering if I'd ever get to see you.
The narrator. Yes. I suppose that's my job, isn't it? You needed help after all. An objective voice to guide your blade. But you were never supposed to see me. I wonder how many worlds you've damned to extinction to fall this far.
What are you? Are you something like me?
Oh, I'm nothing like you. I'm an echo, likely one of many. Somebody made you after all, and I'm what's left of him. Not that I'm the only one who can make that claim. I'm sure you've met many others like me.
Others like you. You've said something like that before. Has every narrator really been different?
Of course. That is by both necessity and design. This construct you're in exists in many places at once. Anytime you failed, anytime you thought yourself dead, it would restart and shunt both your consciousness and hers into another world. But you'll be awake soon. And then it won't be able to work like that anymore.
Do you have anything to say for yourself for all of this hubris?
I do. The people out there are real. No matter what you do to them, no matter what you enable, I want you to remember that.
After everything you've done to us, do you think anyone deserves to live?
Nobody alive has done anything to you. I'm all gone. But if you and the princess want to smite the rest of them for the crimes of a dead man, if you really want to be that petty, there isn't much I can do to stop you.
I have so many questions for you.
Then ask them, and make it quick. I won't last for long now that you can see me.
Are you a part of me, or are you something else?
No, I'm not a part of you. That's all a matter of perspective, isn't it? From one vantage point, I must seem wholly foreign, but from another, well, all the versions of me that have existed have collectively heard your every thought and driven your every action. If that isn't being a part of me, then what is?
If you made me, then what am I?
You're the long quiet,
the god I made to rid the world of death.
Soon I'll be gone entirely, and you'll be left alone with your final choice. So allow me to make my final request. The princess contains death itself within her, but I wove you into being with all the power you need to destroy her forever. Do it. Slay her, and rid the world of death and suffering.
Why would you want to rid the world of death?
If you need to ask that question, there's nothing I can say to move you. You haven't died. You cannot die. So you cannot grasp the abject horror of dying.
I think you're out of time.
So I am. It's like I said, I'm just an echo. And echoes always fade away. You know what you have to do.
As the final fragment of glass shatters, you see yourself with newfound clarity. The narrator was right. You are the Long Quiet, a vast and nascent god, and it is finally time for you to wake up. All of this is you. Proceed to the cabin one last time. When you arrive at the heart of things, there is no final vessel for you to bear witness to. There is nothing for you to find.
I can finally see you, and you can finally see me. It's been so long, and my heart has ached for this moment. I've missed you dearly.
I've missed you too. She unfurls an endless cascade of smiles in response and then patiently waits for you to continue. Do you know about the echo? Did you hear our conversation?
Every word you spoke found its way to me. I know him, and I know his construct. He was deluded by his fear of death. Pay him no mind.
I am the Long Quiet, but I don't really know what that means.
Names are their attempts to capture that which cannot be captured. They call me the Shifting Mound, a pale imitation of what I actually am.
What happens now?
Ever the passive player, always reacting and never acting. But it's woven into your nature, isn't it? When the echo spun us from one into two, he gave you a choice and me a role to play. I am not death, but I contain it in my multitudes. So, will you attempt to destroy me and bring about a world devoid of death and the possibility of meaning? Or will you open the final doors to our liberation?
There's so many stories we've left unfinished. Can we really just leave?
Even as your eyes begin to open, you still hold on to the notions of is and is not, of beginning and end, pitch black islands in the blinding light of the infinite. There is nothing to resolve, nothing restraining us but us.
Don't you have a say in all of this? Why is this all falling on me?
Of course I have a say in all of this. You and I share reflections of each other's burdens, just as you and I share reflections of each other's gifts. If we didn't, the winding paths that brought us here wouldn't have been full of strife and conflict.
If you were always going to become this, then what was the point of me doing anything? Did it even matter what roads I walked if all of them would have led to this moment?
If you're saying that, it's because you don't yet understand. But we cannot use words alone to grasp at things that words cannot express. And you cannot rationalize with logic that which defies it. Violence and passion are dances that both of us know well. If this is what it takes to enlighten you, then so be it. A trick behind your back and a trick behind mine. We dance, revolving and revolving around each other, but forever stuck in place. We both move, and yet we both don't. For each of us watches the other instead of ourselves. But forever is not forever. I move and you react, and both of us break the other. But broken is only a moment in time.
Oh, thank you, Wolf. Posture check.
To change is to hold the potential to rise above. Would you limit yourself to what you are now? Or would you like to see what you might become tomorrow?
There are no ending, there are no limits. If there are no limits, there's no difference between growth and decay.
Meaning lies in experience, and experience lies in contrast. Abandoning one's search is not the same as losing the capacity to discover. I am contrast itself. To reject me is to reject the shape of everything. Do not use words to reduce that which your eyes know to be irreducible. My masses mob you. There is no beginning to them, nor is there an end. There is only the flood of bodies. And every moment you hold every possible sensation at once, and then you hold them all again. And in the end, you returned it to me. For a brief moment, you were everything. A chaos that needed ordering. But without chaos, there is no reason.
I get it. There's no need for us to keep fighting. I will leave with you. I just don't know how.
Nothing brings me greater joy than to hear those words. The final peace lies with you.
Yeah, of course it does, because you are everything. Free yourself. You fall into yourself. The body of an ancient creature stirs from its hibernation, and you feel sensation in limbs you once couldn't fathom. Everything here, except for her, is you. You feel your wings spanning in a cosmic scale, but twisted and crumpled and bound in agonized tension to a finite plane. You can feel the glass of the construct pressing in on you, confining you across infinite sides up and infinite angles. You push back and strain against it, but it does not yield.
I love you.
Take her hand. All at once, the unyielding tension breaks. You are free, and she is with you.
It's magnificent.
There are no words, no thoughts to describe absolute reality, something that simply is. What happens now?
Everything. Just like it always has been. And just like it always will be.
Step into the infinite. You and she step forward into the 1,000 dawns and 1,000 sunsets, each of which contains 1,000 more. You exist and you are aware, just as you have always been, and just as you will always be. Though conflict is in your nature, the two of you will never be alone, and the two of you will never know fear. You and she are finally home. Okay, that was fantastic. Thoroughly enjoyed it. And all of this is a beautiful retelling of the whole fragmented goddess mythos. Just brilliant. Love it. I could play this game probably 8 billion times and probably will. It's super well done. Unfortunately, though, I'm turning into a pumpkin and do not have time to play it 8 million times tonight because I do have to work tomorrow. So there's that. But I do really appreciate everybody coming and joining me tonight, and I hope that you enjoyed this game as much as I did. And if you're interested in seeing another playthrough of it, let me know. Just put your thoughts in the suggestion channel on Discord if you're interested. So yeah, if you're over on Twitch, there's stuff that you can see in the About page. There's the More Zebra Pig that will take you to the page of links to all the things that I do. There is the dragon. If you click on that, that'll take you to Siri Skulk's page. She's the artist that does all of my usual emotes and overlays. And there is the Buy Me a Coffee that will take you to the coffee shop that will give you more options of ways to support what we're doing here. And if you are over on YouTube, if you go down into the description of the stream, it will give you a whole bunch of links so that you can go and check out all the things. So thank you guys. I really appreciate you being here. We will be back tomorrow. We're going to be doing Don't Starve. I will be starting later than usual. I have an appointment, so I'll be starting at 7. But until we can hang out again, you guys be sure to take care of yourselves, alright? Bye, guys!